Down in the shadows where the courthouse stands, a gavel cracks a fading hands. Judge Gould, they whisper with a crooked grin, played the game where justice don't win. Free Rick Allen, let him go. Chains on the innocent, don't you know? When the truth's been buried and the lies unfold, the fire in the people burns hot and cold. Prosecutor Mickelin with his papers tied wrote the tale that never saw light. Twisted words in a room of stone left Rick Allen to stand alone. Who will answer? Who will pay? The sun don't rise on a judgment day. Free Rick Allen, let him go. Chains on the innocent, don't you know? When the truth's been buried and the lies unfold, the fire in the people burns hot and cold. Officer Holman, eyes like frost, drunk on power, the line got lost. Lock the doors, keep him inside, for justice limps where his footsteps stride.
Hello, folks. Welcome back. Welcome back. Oh, fuck's sake. Hold on. Sorry about that. Jesus. Yeah, Mr. Jingle still can't boot without clause. So I gently suggested to him to go down from there. Hello, folks. Welcome back. Oh, a bit over a week ago, not this Saturday, but the Saturday before, we went through part 1 of the Delphi case and the state's reply brief to Rick Allen's appeal. And it was a 4-hour stream that was demonetized because cursing. I will try to avoid it this time, but I mean, we are talking about Attorney General, what's his face, and the absolute horse shit they put in their brief of appellee. And this will continue today. I promise you. I promise you. Now, we left off last time at page 44. Yeah, I did. Mr. Jingles doesn't help. So I thought that we should and could go back and read what we finished with, because there's something that bugs me, that really bugs me. where they claim it doesn't really matter that in the affidavit for the search warrant that they omitted a lot of facts because first here, similarly, it was Allen himself who provided probable cause to believe it was his car parked at the old CPS building between 1:30 and 3:30 p.m. because he told police that was where he had parked and no other car was parked there. This is a false statement on its face. In the interview, first interview with Rick Allen, they presented to him a very limited map on the desk. Then they asked him to just point to where you parked. And what did Rick Allen do? He pointed beside the map. He said, more or less said, it's not on this picture that you presented, it's somewhere over here. And instead of providing with a larger map, they interpreted Mr. Allen's answer as what they claim here, old CPS building. And again, this was corroborated by the Hoosier Harvester video, which showed the car matching Allen's focus driving toward the CPS building. Again, omitting, because they took a very limited time frame, and there's a shadow of a very blurry in the background of a car going by, which they claim, oh, it was his car. You can't tell what kind. You can't say it's a Ford Focus. It could be any hatchback, any dark hatchback. And even if they could say it's a Ford Focus at the time, the model of Rick's car did not change for, I believe, 5 or 6 years. The Ford Focus, the 2016 Ford Focus, it had the same between, if I remember correctly, I can check it, but if I remember correctly, between 2012 and 2014 and 2018 did not change. So what I did do was I looked up how many Ford Focuses was between 2014 and 2016, roughly that make and model, was sold and registered in that area, which means this county, neighboring counties. And it was at least 150. It was a very, very fucking common car. Okay? So even with that, it's not, in my opinion, enough for even going towards probable cause. Then they continued with it was consistent with his wife's information that they usually parked at that location when they walked the trail. Not entirely sure that is her actual statement. That reasonable probability remains even if every witness who drove past gave an inconsistent description of the car they briefly saw, because the pertinent question is not whether the information excludes all doubt that the car was Allen's. The significance of the information from Blair and Wilson was not that they had identified the car as Allen's, nor did the affidavit misleadingly suggest that they had. Lying sacks of shit. This was what the affidavit suggested to lead to the search warrant. It claimed that the witnesses described the same car, or essentially the same car. Let's check that out. Dun, dun, dun. This is the car the witnesses described. A smart car, a PT Cruiser, a 1965 fucking Mercury Comet with that, well, of course, with, oh, sorry. With Betsy Blair's description here of the car was at CPS building. Now, how does Mr. Allen's car look? Like this. 2016 Ford Focus. This is the car. It does not look like a fucking smart car. It does not look like a PT Cruiser. It does not look like a 1965 Mercury Comet. And that is what the affidavit suggested. That the witnesses described the same car. It's just not true. Let's get back to the appellee brief. Significance was twofold between 2:10 and 2:15 p.m. when the time when Bridge Guy was encountering Abbey and Libby on High Bridge. And Allen said he was parked at this location. No. Oh, Jesus. There. Which he never did. If you listen to the interview, he never says he parked at the old CPS building. He did not say in the interview, first interview, that he was there between 1:30 p.m. and 3:30 p.m. It simply is not true. Now, go back to the tip that he himself called in. First of all, that's not evidence. That's just it. Well, it can be used as an investigatory tool. Here's the thing with that tip. We don't know if that is what Allen actually said because there's no recording of it. That is what was written down at a time when they got literally hundreds of tips a day. It's easy to be mistaken, but it really doesn't matter here. It really doesn't. And this between 2:10 and 2:15, when Bridgegate was encountering Abbey and Libby on High Bridge, thereby reducing the likelihood someone other than Allen was also on the trail at that time. Witness testimony at the time was that there was a lot of people out there. But they were only asked, did you see somebody resembling Bridge Guy? Yeah, and Rick didn't even know if he drove the car or his truck. Good catch. Good catch. Yeah, Ford Focus does not look like any of the cars described. It just doesn't. It's no resemblance whatsoever. Well, besides 4 wheels and the 4 wheels. Yeah, that's about it. Consideration of the omitted information does not remove probable cause. The search warrant was valid and the evidence was properly admitted. So here, consideration of the omitted information does not remove probable cause. So at least they acknowledge, yeah, we omitted a lot of information. But this entitled, yeah, the search warrant should never have, if they have presented the proper information with the descriptions as they actually were back in 2017, with the description of the car back in 2017, rich guy does not look like Rick Allen. Not one described a short, fat guy, middle-aged fat guy. None of them. Not one of them. None of them described a hatchback. Not one of them. All right. This now let's go into what we didn't go through last time. So we have a bit of an overlap here, just to show where we finished off last time. The court properly admitted Allen's confessions. Although Allen did not preserve this issue, the trial court properly admitted confessions Allen made to his family, Dr. Walla, and correctional staff. The confessions were voluntary, not the product of state coercion, and therefore did not violate his due process right against self-incrimination under the 5th and 14th Amendment or Article 1, Section 14 of the Indiana Constitution. I'm quite sure the confessions are preserved, either because they were denied corrections of the record, remember that? And so how can you say anything about not preserving issues when Judge Gull denied them? He denied the defense to correct the record. But let's continue here. Well, first of all, I will repeat my challenge. I've done it for over 2 years now. Sign a waiver that allows me to use the same type of coercing that Mr. Allen was submitted to. And let's see how long it will take for me to get you to say this is a screwdriver. Hours? Days? What's significant here is that despite a fragile psyche, it took them 5 months to break Rick Allen and forced Haldol in him. In over 2 years, I have had no takers because every person who claims that this was voluntarily done knows it's just bullshit. Scorpio, fuck off. Nah, this is the last time. Last fucking time. I say this every time. If you're going to troll me, be correct, be funny, or fuck off. I don't care who you are, how long you have been here, you're fucking out. I never joke about that. Never. Done it before, we'll do it again. If you're going to troll, be correct, be funny, or you're fucking out of here. Now, contact me somewhere else if you want to apologize. And I will unfuck you. But other than that, fuck off. There goes my monetization again, probably. Oh well, let's continue. His other state constitutional claims are meritless, and the trial court properly excluded the IPAS settlement. Yeah, this is the settlement that changed policy in Indiana, that you cannot put an incarcerated person in solitary confinement for more than 30 days. Here, they say it properly excluded the IPAS settlement, which was not relevant to the voluntariness inquiry. It does not matter if Rick was properly handled as a suspect of a crime, not a convicted person. He would never have been in there. Never been there. And the coerced confessions would never have happened. And also they claim this issue is unpreserved, which I believe is false. Although Allen renewed his pre-trial objections to the confessions before the correctional officers and Dr. Walla testified, he did not request a continued objection or contemporaneously objected testimony about the confession. See Brown. Absence of contemporaneous objection to admission waives issue. Here's the thing. He renewed his pre-trial objections to the confessions before correctional officers and Dr. Walla testified. And Judge Gull accepted that objection. That makes it argumentally a continuous objection. But then again, here's the big mistake. That the defense attorney had no objection to the documents being entered as evidence. This is a huge mistake. I hope that the appeals attorneys can overcome that mistake. Just a word of advice. Never stipulate if you can avoid it. Make the state stipulate to what you want, but never stipulate to what the state wants to bring in as evidence against your client. And he objected only on different basis to recordings on his confessions to family. Still an objection. They say, they refer Halliburton. Defendant may not affirmatively state at trial that he has no objection to the admission of evidence and then claim such admission to be erroneous on appeal. He does not argue fundamental error. Appellant's brief 68 to 86, thereby waiving the claim. This court should find the issue waived. Again, I really, really hope the appeals team does the have an answer to this, because I don't. Allen's confessions were voluntary. Both the federal and state constitutions prohibit the admission of involuntary confessions. Confessions is involuntary when the person's free will has been overborne by violence, threats, promises, or other improper influences. Solitary confinement for 5 months before he broke, even though state policy says a maximum of 30 days. And the only reason why they continued was because of the safekeeping order. And then the claim, oh, he was treated better than the other incarcerated, falls on its face. Because Rick Allen was not supposed to be there. Voluntariness is assessed under the totality of the circumstances. Under the federal constitution, the state must prove voluntariness by preponderance of the evidence, and the ultimate determination of voluntariness is reviewed de novo, though underlying factual determinations are reviewed only for clear error. Under the state constitution, voluntariness must be proven beyond a reasonable doubt. But the trial court's determination of voluntariness is reviewed as other sufficiency matter. Which means Judge Gull said it was voluntarily. And that's enough, according to Attorney General. An appellate court will not reweigh the evidence of voluntariness and view the evidence in the light most favorable, and views the evidence in the light most favorable to the trial court's ruling. If there is substantial probative evidence supporting the court's conclusion that the statement was voluntary, that conclusion will not be set aside. Which means they have to make an analysis, which is interesting. Coercive state action is a prerequisite to involuntariness under both constitutions. Coercive state action is a necessary predicate to finding of an involuntariness under federal constitution. The constitution is not concerned with moral and psychological pressures to confess emanating from sources other than official coercion. Oregon v. Elstad, stating that due process does not protect the defendant from his own compulsions or internally applied pressures, which are not the product of police action. Where we know that Mr. Allen was visited in prison by investigators. We know about Dr. Walla, who we simply don't know what actually went on because she destroyed her notes. I would argue that any notes from Dr. Walla cannot be evidence of confessions because they are not contemporaneously. What she did was take her contemporaneous notes, then she would write her own story, and then she destroyed those notes. So we don't know what Rick Allen's words actually were. We only know her interpretation or wishes what they were. This remains true even when the defendant suffers from mental illness. The defendant's mental state is not enough to render a confession involuntary in the absence of coercive police activity. This is not police activity. Well, it's not only police activity. And as we said in part 1, Rick Allen was on the second highest alert for mental illness when he was put in there. So he was put in solitary confinement at the second highest alert level of mental illness. And then he got worse. And they kept him there due to the safekeeping order. The safekeeping order here is cure it all. Let's put these fuckers in solitary confinement until they say what we want them to say. That cannot be constitutional. In my opinion. Evidence of a defendant's mental condition that impaired his cognitive or volitional capacity is never by itself sufficient to render a confession involuntary for purpose of due process. according to United States v. Newman. Pruitt says, stating the mere fact that a defendant is mentally ill does not render his statement inadmissible per se. Even an actively psychotic or delusional defendant can give a voluntary confession. This is insane. This is insane. Absolutely insane. And here's the thing, even if they claim, well, this part here he is completely lucid and calm and everything. Yeah, but then you have to show to compare with. For a jury to make that determination, they have to listen to more than just the alleged confessions. As in the phone calls, where only one phone call was admitted, but not the two others, where he first called his father, telling him, "I'm losing my mind. I don't know what's going on. My head is absolutely in shambles." And then the phone call after, when he didn't even remember what he said in the previous phone calls. The jury was denied that opportunity. A defendant's mental condition is relevant to the voluntariness inquiry only insofar as it renders the defendant more susceptible to police coercion. Yeah, this was not just police coercion. Although Allen asserts coercive state action is not a prerequisite under the Indiana Constitution, he provides no analysis to support this assertion. And the Indiana Supreme Court has never held this. Robbins v. State. Robbins v. State contains only a generic reference to the state constitution, no separate constitutional analysis, and no suggestion that the definition of a voluntary statement under the state constitution differs from that under federal constitution. Appellant's brief 80 to 81. Let's look here. I don't have it handy at the moment. But I don't trust the Attorney General for getting this correct. Now the justice has ever adopted Justice de Bruler concurring opinion in Linthicum v. State, suggesting that police coercion might not be required under Indiana's constitution. Neither Robbins nor Justice de Bruler identified the applicable constitutional provision, Section 14, or engaged in an analysis of it, and both cases involve statements made in response to police interrogation, not volunteered statements. 13. State v. Banks also contains no analysis of the text, history, or purpose of Section 14 to support its ambiguous holding that coercive police activity is not a prerequisite to involuntariness. Regardless, Banks also involves statements made in response to police interrogation of a severely mentally ill suspect held in restraint and without proper Miranda warnings, which could be characterized as coercive state action. Yeah, here's the thing. This is interesting. Knock it off, Mr. Jingles. Stop booping with your claws. It really fucking hurts. Sorry, folks. No. Yeah, Mr. Jingles is here. I need a welder's thing here. Now, I'm not doing this to be bad to Mr. Jingles. He already caused an infection in my shoulder. It took weeks to get rid of. So I'm not going to go through that again. Okay? Now, where were we? Mentally held in restraints, which I would say solitary confinement, without proper Miranda warnings. He was, as we know, his mind was deteriorating, and he was not warned about his rights in his interviews with Dr. Waller. She never did. So I would kind of argue, you have restraints. He is in solitary confinement. And he wasn't properly warned about the Miranda warnings. But it's up to the appeals attorneys to get into that better than I can explain. State constitutional questions are resolved by examining the language of the text, the history of its drafting and ratification, case law interpreting it, and the purpose and structure of our Constitution. As explained in Section B below, under the Indiana's Constitution, the prohibition on the use of involuntary statements in criminal cases rests solely in Article 1, Section 14's protection against self-incrimination. Section 14 protects only against compelled testimony. It is a right not to be forced to speak. And the compulsion it protects against is state compulsion. Yeah. Dr. Waller was an agent of the state. She was there, provided by the prison. She's a state actor. And what she did in their sessions, when he was literally more or less forced there, shackled, put in a cell within her office, that is restraints. Let's see here. And the compulsion it protects against is state compulsion. Dr. Waller is a state actor. I don't give a flaming shit about police coercion in this case. It is state coercion or state compulsion. Compulsion by legal process to give incriminating testimony. Explaining that Article 1's Bill of Rights protects whosoever's liberty from the reaches of their state government. Allen identifies nothing in history, text, or precedent that suggests Section 14 protects against the compulsion to confess that is independent of any state action, or that it applies to voluntary statement not made in response to police interrogation or state-compelled questioning. Without coercive state action, there can be no compelled testimony under Section 14. He is in fucking prison. He's interviewed by a state actor. Coercive state action is absent in this case. Okay, this will be interesting. None of the usual hallmark of police coercion are present in this case. See here how they rewrite? Coercive state action is absent. And then they qualify that by saying police coercion. I don't think you can qualify it that way. Allen's confessions were entirely voluntary statements. They were not made in response to any law enforcement interrogation. State action does not if coercive state action was law enforcement only, then it would state coercive law enforcement action. It does not. It says coercive state action. Dr. Waller is a state actor. See Wilkes. Factors to consider in voluntariness inquiry include the length, location, and continuity of the interrogation. Confessions made after continuous 36-hour interrogation with no sleep was involuntary. Yeah, that is the Tennessee case. I'm quite sure that continuous interrogation less than 36 hours can be applied. Allen was not subjected to torture, beatings, or physical abuse by law enforcement. See here how they try to... But yeah, it wasn't done by law enforcement. Again, look up here. Coercive state action. And they try to make it, oh, it wasn't by law enforcement. And if they use the word torture, well, now they can answer with, well, what is torture? According to international law. Yeah. Let's just say, folks, if what happened to Rick Allen happened to a prisoner of war, the people doing that to the prisoner of war would be court-martialed. He's not threatened with harm or offered any promises in exchange for his confessions. Well, how do we know that? Because there a lot of video missing. And Dr. Walla destroyed her notes. Yeah, Jackie Debug, unless it's done at Gitmo. Yeah. Even if coercive state action is not a necessary prerequisite, oh, here's the footnote. It is indisputably an important factor under the Indiana Constitution. Based on the same facts discussed below, the totality of the circumstances. They are blaming totality of the circumstances, as in, well, they convicted him, so it doesn't matter how much we tortured him. But when they say it's an important factor under the Indiana Constitution, that demands an analysis. That demands an analysis. Yeah, and even if they don't give a crap about international law, they still have the civil suit that changed policy. Nobody should be held in solitary confinement in Indiana prison for more than 30 days. Confessions made after defendant threatened with loss of her children unless she cooperated and promised leniency if she did was involuntary. And he was not held incommunicado and denied request access to his family or legal counsel until he confessed. They are mixing in how a not mentally ill person reacts to the circumstances with how Rick Allen, who had a deteriorating mind already at the second highest level, according to the evaluation, before he went in there, and he got worse. So they are comparing apples to oranges here, speaking out of both sides of the mouth. The alleged coercive state action in this case rests solely on the conditions of Allen's confinement in the restricted housing unit, solitary confinement. But the conditions of Allen's confinement did not rise to the level of coercive state action, rendering his confessions involuntary. Okay. While the condition of an individual's confinement prior to confession may bear on the question of whether government conduct was coercive, The mere fact that a defendant was held in disciplinary segregation or solitary confinement prior to making a statement is not sufficient to constitute the requisite coercion. You see here what they don't write in? How long? And we have state policy. Maximum 30 days. And that is for a convicted person. So here they are omitting quite important facts to make a point. Rejecting claim of involuntary confession based on conditions of solitary confinement. United States versus Rivera. Let's see here what that actually says. Confessions made after spending 2 years in solitary confinement was voluntary. Okay. Let's see here. Here is that case. Dun, dun, dun. Car stop and arrest. Testimony from government witnesses. Oh, for fuck's sake. Sorry. Let's go back to that and see if we find a better. Let's see here. Rivera, yeah. I'm just skimming through this. Dun, dun, dun. Must check here. Is this actually the same? I'm not This is the only case. Second Circuit. This has nothing to do with involuntary incarceration. Let's see, United v. Giles. Let's see. 2019. That's not the correct case. No, this is 2000. Jesus Christ. Is this the correct one? All right, here is correct. While Giles was in solitary confinement for with state robbery convictions, FBI agents questioned Giles about bank robbery. Giles agreed in writing to be questioned without an attorney present. He successfully moved to suppress the confession, argued that neither his Miranda waiver nor his confessions were voluntary, giving his long-term confinement in a small windowless cell with little opportunity for human interaction. Vulnerable to the effects of isolation, a fellow inmate testified that he spoke to Giles regularly. And let's see here. So this is a case where two officers read Giles his Miranda rights, So this was a proper interview. So the facts of this case is clearly different from Rick Allen's case on his face. He was presented with Miranda. He signed a Miranda waiver. He declined representation. None of this is present in what they are citing here. Confessions made after spending 2 years in solitary confinement was voluntary. Okay, let's see if we can find US the era 2015. There's a lot of US v. Rivera. Oh, 7th Circuit. No. 7th. Let's see here. Okay, might be this one. Nope. Let's see this one. No. And then we are back to I must say I actually can't find that case. US v. Rivera, 5th. So, no, chief. Okay. I can't find that case. The US v. Rivera. That's strange. All right. Well, so then, but the US v. Giles, there are, in my opinion, completely different circumstances. Completely different circumstances. All right, let's continue. US versus Kendra. Confessions made after 30 days in solitary confinement was voluntary. 1981. Conditions of confinement rise to the level of psychological coercion or compulsion, rendering statements involuntary only when they are so severe as to be intolerable circumstances that constitute outrageous conduct by the authorities. I would say putting an already mentally deficient person who by the state itself was at the second highest alert for mental illness and then got worse by solitary confinement, and they kept him there. He was in there for 5 months before his confessions. And folks, if you go by the confessions, all but 2 were vague. Remember that the state, the prosecution in the case said that only what a killer would have known, and there was only 2 that fitted that: box cutter, van. And the box cutter was interesting because, as you might know, the medical examiner for all those years from 2017 up to Mr. Allen's arrest said it was 2 knives. And then by magic, a short time after Rick Allen said box cutter, he changed his mind. And the van, we have gone through that before, but quick summary. If Rick Allen was startled by this van, that had to have happened around 2:15 p.m. in order for him to get the girls towards the stream, over the stream, up until that bank, undress, do all the things. There is no physical way for Brad Weber to have been clocking out from work at 2:02 p.m. to drive that 30-minute drive in 15 minutes or less. And we know that he wasn't home until 2, I believe it was on the video, it is around 2:45. And he connected to his home Wi-Fi around 2:50 p.m. Now, if the state's timeline is correct, that his van was there at 2:15 p.m., well, how come he wasn't home until 25 minutes later? What was he doing meanwhile then, Mr. Prosecutor? Now, we know that the timeline is shit and it doesn't add up, but by the state's own admission, Brad Weber was there 2:15 p.m., according to testimony at trial. And then he took an additional half hour to get home. What possibly could he have done, according to the state's timeline, at the scene of the fucking crime for half an hour? Yeah. But we already went through that. State v. McVeigh, condition of state prison, isolation cell, were not so intolerable as to constitute coercion. Miller v. Felton, describing an involuntary confession as one procured by means revolting to the sense of justice. solitary confinement for an already mentally ill person for 5 months and then administered forcibly Haldol, Soviet Union's favorite mind-altering drug. Yeah, I would say if you're not shocked by that, you're a sociopath. Holding conditions of confinement rendered confessions involuntary, where for 2 weeks the defendant had been held naked in a small cell with no window, no bed or other furnishings, and no facilities except a hole in the ground serving as a toilet, fed only 12 ounces of pea and carrot soup and 8 ounces of water per day, and denied all contact with the outside world, conditions the court deemed a shocking display of barbarism. So this is 2 weeks held naked in a small cell with no window, no bed or other furnishings, and no facility. This is what the court deemed a shocking display of barbarism. That is, if it's less than that, it's voluntary, apparently. Yeah, it must be another Rivera case that I can't find. But I'm quite sure that the appellate attorneys will find it. So they go through this at length. At length. Know what they say about weaknesses of the state's case is how much time. Because remember, folks, originally they said about this, where is it? Where it is? Oh, we're done. Yeah. Initially, they said, let's see here. Yeah. Although Allen did not preserve this issue. That's the core of the. No, they did not preserve the issue. And yet, they spent page after page after page to say, yeah, it's okay anyways. It's okay anyways. I mean, it falls on its face. You don't spend this much time trying to rebut something that you claim was not preserved. Derek, did not someone admit to spitting on one of the girls and giving her bunny ears? Yep, that was Elvis Fields, who said to an investigator, if you more or less, if you find my saliva on the girls and I can explain it, will I still be in trouble? And this jackass, he's just joking. And then they found unknown male DNA on the girls. And they only tested it enough to exclude Rick Allen, and they have never tested anyone against it since. And then they claim Allen's reliance on Littlefield v. Land, 10th Circuit, is misplaced. The mentally ill pretrial detainee in that case was held for 2 months in a strip cell with no windows, no interior lights, no bunk, no floor covering, and no toilet except for a hole in the concrete floor. Was deprived of all clothes and given no bedding, was denied articles of personal hygiene, was given no opportunity for recreation outside his cell. Yeah, 2 months. Rick Allen was there for 5 months. So the extent of time, in my logic at least, the longer the time in solitary confinement, the lesser these things needs to be. Although those conditions are several orders of magnitude worse than Allen's conditions, now again, an additional 3 months before he started with maybe I did it, and then add Haldol on top of that. On appeal, no. The 10th Circuit did not hold that these conditions for a pre-trial detainee were per se constitutional, which is insane. Rather, it held only that they could not be imposed without procedural due process. On appeal, Allen has not challenged the safekeeping order or the denials of his motion to vacate it or otherwise raised any claim of procedural due process denial with respect to his placement in the restricted housing unit. Due to page restrictions. But now they brought it up. So maybe this gives an opening for the defense to bring that up. I don't know. Oh no, the jury never got to hear any third-party statements. There was no nexus, according to Judge Gall. He said he spit on the girls. Unknown male DNA on the victims. Oh yeah. An order of magnitude is 10 times. Several orders of magnitude would mean 10,000 times. Yeah. Lawyers is not math. Yeah. Allen's confinement conditions was not outrageous or barbaric. Although small, his cell was the same size as other restricted housing cells. Yeah, so those were convicted, and those this is a max prison. Worst of the worst, where when people misbehaved really badly, they went into these restrictive housing cells, and they put Allen with them in there. It had a window to the outside. When Allen complained, the window was scratched. The DOC replaced it. And here's interesting, because here's what's interesting. What was said in the meanwhile? Were there any promises made? Yeah, we can change that, but you have to be cooperative. We don't know. Because all the notes were destroyed. He could dim the light in his cell, that's contested. And he has never claimed that the temperature in his cell was oppressively hot or cold. It is undisputed that Allen was offered regular, nutritionally sufficient food and drink, and was given all prescribed medications. He also had access to commissary. He was provided with laundry serving and clean sets of clothes every week. Even when on constant self-ending watch, he was provided with a self-ending smock to wear. Yeah, and while he was in solitary, as Gigi says, the guards were walking around with Odinist patches on their uniforms. And when they were told, after a good while, you can't have that, one of the guards tattooed Odin's spear on his face. Isn't it weird that openly diaper Nazis was the people guarding Allen, and that happened before the Odinist thing was a thing. Yeah, nutritionally sufficient food. Yeah, meal loaf. It's like bark bread. When you make loaves of bread with 50% flour and 50% ground bark, tree bark. It's still nutritionally sufficient. He could shower 3 times a week, except when precluded by self-ending status. He received 1 hour recreation time 5 times a week in indoor and outdoor exercise areas. Earlier, I recall this. I'm not going up to see it. You said 3 times a week. Shower 3 times a week. 1 hour recreation time 5 days a week in indoor and outdoor exercise areas. When he was competent to do it. He was allowed to have a Bible, other books, and reading material, yada, yada, yada. And footnote, although Allen sometimes refused meals, he never refused more than 4 in a row because he knew that was classifying as a hunger striker. How the fuck did he know that? Allen was never held incommunicado. He was appointed legal counsel and received both in-person visits and private phone conversations with his attorneys. He received at least 2 in-person visits with his wife. 2 in 13 months. 2. And is a privilege afforded no other inmate in restricted housing. Those were convicted people. Allen was not convicted. Again, comparing apples with oranges. He could receive weekly visits from a chaplain, blah, 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 blah. Tablet in his cell. Yeah, we know all of this. Also, Allen also received regular medical and mental health care. Yeah, Dr. Walla. The shit punk number 1. Daily checks by Dr. Walla. Yeah, you know, the fangirl who was well read up on Allen's case before she became his handler in there, who destroyed her notes. Yeah, the in-person visits where Kathy and Rick was at either side of a table with the guard listening in. Yeah, this will be, I'm quite sure this will be addressed by the appeals attorneys. Thus, all of Allen's basic needs were met. He was given food, clothing, shelter from the elements, access to sunlight, basic hygiene, medical care, mental health care, opportunity for exercise, opportunity for intellectual stimulation. Yeah, and here, footnote 17. Although Allen was shackled and handcuffed while taken to and from meetings with his attorneys, his wife, and Dr. Walla, those restraints were removed during the meetings. Meeting with Dr. Walla, he afterwards put in a 3-foot by 3-foot cell in the corner of the room. Meeting with his attorneys, he was behind bars in a cell so small he could not stand up straight. It was, I mean, seriously, it's insane. Just because his shackles were removed, yeah, but where was he seated? And they recorded his meeting with attorneys. Spirit to blah, blah, blah. These conditions were not so barbaric as to overcome a person's will. They completely ignore his deteriorating mind, which would, according to state policy, would have they would have been forced to put him in a facility with the correct mental help. But they didn't because of the safekeeping order. 30 days. So all of this, what they are claiming here, is rendered completely thrown out because the policy, 30 days maximum. And policy says that if you go to the highest level of determined mental illness, they must put him in one of these facilities specialized towards that. And again, Rick Allen, when he was in his evaluation before he went in there, was at the second highest, and then he deteriorated, and then he got worse. Moreover, except for several ways in which he received more favorable treatment and the video-only camera in his cell. Video-only camera in his cell. If it was video-only camera in his cell, why did they remove the audio? This is a lie on his face again. It was not a video-only camera in his cell, because due to ruling by Judge Gull, once the defense were allowed to play a few videos, they removed the audio, which makes this here a lie. Under the logic of Allen's argument, there are no statements made by inmates in restricted housing. Oh, this is a straw man. There are no statements made by inmates in restricted housing, such as their jail phone calls. No. Inmates don't have jail phone calls. Jail is different from prison or Miranda-ized interviews. Calls could ever be admissible, but it cites no authority, and the state is aware of none, that supports such a novel proposition. This here is a straw man argument. Instead of addressing the actual arguments, they make up an argument and then argue against that. It's a straw man. Gee, the moment you put a straw man into your arguments to court, seriously, what the fuck? That is because the conditions of restricted housing, while undesirable, are far cry from what is necessary to create an involuntary confession. 30 days is the absolute maximum according to state policy after a lawsuit. This falls on his face. And they continue. Allen's confessions were not caused by allegedly coercive conduct. Remember what they said earlier? They have not preserved this issue, and they are still talking about it. This points to desperation. They are throwing everything against the wall, trying to tell the appeals court to please. For a confession to be involuntary, the coercive state action must be causally related to the confession, emphasizing the essential link between the coercive state action and the resulting confession. You kept him there for more than 30 days, and when his mind deteriorated from the second highest level, you kept him there. That, I would say, is the essential link between the coercive action and the resulting confession. Allen's argument assumes that the conditions of his confinement caused his brief period of psychosis. If it was a brief period of psychosis, Why did they keep him medicated from April to, what was it, July or August? When he got his last shot of Haldol? You don't give Haldol to a non-psychotic person. And that is, psychosis caused his confessions, but both premises are belied by the record. Moreover, the state did not attempt to deliberately exploit Alan's confinement or mental illness to produce a confession. This is so stupid. Explaining that a defendant's mental condition is relevant to Voluntariness only when the police seek to exploit this weakness through coercive tactics. Again, state actions. Dr. Waller is a state actor. The confinement conditions did not cause Alan's confessions. The conditions did not become more oppressive before the confessions began, nor did they become more benign before Alan stopped confessing. Confinement conditions. Placed in solitary confinement, guarded by Odinist guards, guarded by other inmates who made claims against Mr. Allen, with other prisoners screaming at him day and night, at a person with an already fragile mind. Nor did they become more benign before Alan stopped confessing. Alan stopped confessing when Haldol stopped. All of a sudden, once he was out of the mind-altering drug and his mind came back to a somewhat normal state, the confessions stopped because they were never true to begin with. And the state never made any threats or promises regarding those conditions predicated on his cooperation or willingness to confess. They didn't have to. All they did was wait. He began confessing before he was psychotic. False. His mind was deteriorating long before he started confessing, which Dr. Wallace reports actually shows. And he was already confessing in early April 2023. Yeah, 5 months after you put him in solitary confinement. 5 months. They claim early April, but it was not until April 13th that Alan became gravely disabled, and April 14th that his psychosis and manic behavior became significant. According to who? Somebody with an interest in this, Dr. Waller, who waited to report to a superior who immediately put him on Haldol. By May 2nd and 3rd, Alan no longer exhibited significant symptoms of psychosis, manic behavior, or lack of impulse control. Again, false. This is the time where he showed signs of Haldol poisoning, because he was given Haldol while getting his other medications, which enhanced the Haldol effect, which gave him Haldol poisoning. And he never thereafter presented any significant symptoms of psychosis or mania. And then this footnote. On May 3rd, Dr. Waller added a diagnosis of brief psychotic disorder with marked stressors to his record for his presentation within the last month. So she herself, in her notes, noted this has been going on for a month. Which placed this at the beginning of April. And brief psychotic disorder was contradicted at cross-examination of Dr. Walla, where she acknowledged the fact that even though she said brief, she had to admit the individual facts of what happened under a long period of time. So on the stand, during cross-examination, she had to walk back on this. Is that why? Yeah. This diagnosis applies when a person exhibited one or more symptoms of psychosis, not better explained by other diagnoses, that lasted more than 1 day but less than 1 month, in reaction to an event that would be marked stressful to anyone in the circumstances. He was forcibly injected with Haldol from mid-April to at least mid-July. But he continued confessing, and his most detailed confessions to Dr. Walla occurred on April 5th and May 3rd. Transcript 17. Let's see. I have the transcript here. Hold on while I... Why can't I bring that shit up? Oh, sorry. Yes, 17. Pages 87 to... direct examination of Dr. Monica Walla. You did... okay, page 87. So this is the state's direct examination. Patient complaint on 4/5 of 23. Rossi is objecting. He's talking about her entry. Judge sustained. I'll just ask you, did you include in your report a quote that is stated, "I killed Abby and Libby, I'm sorry"? Yes. And that appears in quotation marks, is that correct? Yes. Again, folks, she destroyed the notes. This is something she put down in a later report, not contemporaneous. And here, remember here, it says, Alan's most detailed confessions to Dr. Walla occurred on April 5th and May 3rd. This is the detail. I killed Abby and Libby. I'm sorry. And sexual in nature. They were never assaulted. Alluded to having a sex addiction. And here's the thing. He said he think he was molested as a child, but admitted to molesting his sister as a child. That never happened, folks. That never happened. So this is the detailed from April 5th. I killed them, I'm sorry, and a known falsity about being molested or molesting. That's the detailed. April 5th and May 3rd. Let's see here now, 106 and 107. They're talking about his psychosis. Let's turn to May 3rd. Okay. Counselor cubicle. Started he wanted to call his wife. What did he tell you? So he said he wanted to confess to his crime and went on to tell his story. He reported seeing his parents the morning of the crime. Opted to himself a six-pack. Reported. Yeah, he mentioned seeing the girls and follow them to the bridge. He mentioned doing something with his gun and stated, I think that's where the bullet fell out. Remember, that's at the bridge. There was not a bullet found at the bridge. It was found at the final resting place. So this detail does not make sense, does it? I ordered them down the hill. Saw a van, and we know about the van now. According to the state's timeline, cannot have been there. According to the state's own timeline. So those are most detailed confessions according to the state. Though, remember, 60 confessions, and those two were the most detailed. With details that were disproven, and that can be disproven by the state's own timeline. Yeah, the defense did get a chance to cross-examine the doctor. I think last year, when I started reading the trial transcript, I got to Dr. Wallace's interview. So you can go back and watch it. It's in the trial transcript. I think I actually called it Dr. Walla or something. Let's see here. Let's see here. Dun, dun, dun. Yeah, it is. If you go to my page, my YouTube webpage, and do a search for Dr. Walla, you will find it. So it is. I've read the entirety of it. Derek, is that the bullet that wasn't there in the first search but turned up later? Yes, it is. The bullet, which according to Dr. Wallace's testimony, he did some racking of the gun. Remember, that was at the time when we haven't heard the 43-second video. There's no fucking racking of the gun on that video. Where then all of a sudden, Rick claims, yeah, I think that is when the bullet fell out. Yeah, but that is on the bridge, not at the crime scene. And that is the details that that the prosecution claims, yeah, detailed confession. That's provably wrong. His desire to confess was not correlated to either a change in his confinement conditions or the onset of psychosis. They are spending, this started at page 48, and we are 8 pages later for something that said, oh, they didn't preserve it, but they still do this. First, Alan experienced a marked stressful event around the beginning of April. He received his legal discovery at the end of March, beginning of April, and he had a meeting of his attorneys on April 3rd. His behavior began to change and worsen immediately after these two events. Yeah, of course. All of a sudden, he sees what the state is trying to pin on him. Already fragile mind, already deteriorating severely. On a person who should not have been, when he was placed there in November 22nd, December 22nd should have been the last day in solitary confinement, according to state protocol. This is April, more than 4 months later. And then they claim here the discovery materials forced Alan to face the horrifying evidence of what he did to Abby and Libby, images and events he had been able to ignore and repress over 5 years, in which his guilt had gone undiscovered. This is so stupid. He was also confronted by the realization that the state had sufficient evidence for a jury to convict him, and he was likely going to spend the rest of his life in prison. This is pure imagination. This is, I would say, this is probably from either the state's opening or closing statement. All right, look at this. Footnote. Even if these courts find the confessions made during the period of psychosis between April 13 and May 1st to be involuntary, they were merely cumulative of the numerous admitted confessions made outside of that period. They are so scared of this. They are so scared of this. The Attorney General and the state. They are so scared regarding the confessions. We just read what they claim are the detailed confessions. There's no detail. And at the same time, we know that it can't be true, a few of these facts that they claim happened. First of all, no molestation, testified to in court. The gun racking and losing the bullet on the bridge, not at the crime scene. And the van, we know, can't have happened at the timeline the state presented. So, and then they try to say that, well, his psychosis weren't until April 13th. No, that is when they decided to put him on Haldol. They waited. Dr. Walla, if I remember correctly from her testimony, is that Alan was deteriorating before this. His psychosis probably started in his fragile mind, when he got the discovery, end of March. And then he lost it. Then he went into active psychosis. So April 13th to May 1st. Yeah. And he was still on Haldol until mid-July. Did anything ever put Rick Allen at the scene like a witness or DNA? DNA? No. There is nothing physical that puts him on the scene. The state claims eyewitnesses saw Rick Allen. Problem is, none of them were asked at trial, is the person you saw on the trail that day in this courtroom? Never asked. And they're detailed, when they detailed the person they saw, not one of them saw a short, fat guy. They saw everything between a youngish, beautiful, with brown poofy hair, to somebody that Sarah Carbaugh claimed she saw on the road in muddy clothes. None of the descriptions fits Rick Allen, in my opinion. And he had to confront the realization that his family would be seeing these graphic images of what he had done, blah, 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 blah. These realizations would be stressful regardless of whether one was already in pretrial detention, the condition of that detention, or one's mental health. Yeah, but he wasn't in jail. Once he started to deteriorate, should have been in a specialized, more or less in a hospital. And he shouldn't have been in solitary confinement for more than 30 days. I think that the 30 days is crucial here. When state policy says 30 days, after they were sued and lost, they changed policy, stated maximum 30 days. Now, the state claims that the safekeeping order is a workaround. That has to hold up in appeals court. Second, after spending time in Bible study, Allen said he found Jesus and accepted God into his heart on March 21st. Yeah. Now, I don't mind if people find Jesus in prison. I really don't. Good for you. At this point in time, March 21st, he was deteriorating severely. And when those people get preoccupied with religious matters, that's actually a sign of a full-blown psychosis. Full-blown psychosis. Acknowledgement and repentance of sin is an important teaching in the Christian faith. A new convert's fresh concern with the status of his soul and the will of his God would lead to a direct desire to confess his sins, particularly when the conversion happened in close proximity to the inescapable confrontation with the sin through the legal discovery. It is at least plausible, if not more so, that the combined effort of his religious conversion and his receipt of discovery with his concomitant realities to be faced that caused his confessions, not the conditions of his confinement or his mental health. Even if this was true, which I don't believe, he should not have been there. 30 days is the maximum amount of time in solitary confinement. If they claim they could not keep him safe in that prison, move him to somewhere they can. A jail. There, folks, in Indiana, they have had serial killers in jail. Why can't they have Rick Allen in a jail? Serial child rapists have been in jails. But not Rick Allen. So why could they keep serial killers and serial child rapists in jail, but they claim they could not have? It is because they wanted something from Rick Allen. And a theory is they wanted him to, because they only thought he was involved in some way, shape, or form. They wanted him to squeal on the people who actually did it. And when that never happened, they punished him. And all of a sudden, sent from gods, came Dr. Walla. And all of a sudden, confessions happened. 60 of them. And we now know the 2 confessions that they claim is all detailed, which only the real killer would do. And it's bullshit. Absolute bullshit. Yeah. Dreamy says here, I was given Haldol when I had a wisdom tooth removed in the 80s, and the dentist said it causes temporary amnesia, so I wouldn't remember the procedure. I was told things I did later that scared me. Yeah, it was Soviet Union's favorite mind-altering drug. Used in the gulags to get political dissidents to confess to things they never did. I'm sorry you had to go through that, Dreamy. In addition to undermining any casual connection between the conditions of confinement and the confessions, the record also shows the state did not seek to exploit Allen's mental status to induce a confession. The purpose of his placement was not exploitive. Allen was validly transferred to the DOC as a safekeeper. Oh, I hate that. That's fucking safekeeping. And placed in a restricted housing cell out of concern for his own safety, both from other inmates and from himself. To this day, the state could not point to somebody making a credible threat towards Mr. Allen before he was placed there. To this day, they could not say that Allen was unsafe for himself before he was placed there. Not one person from the state's side. Not one. And remember, Judge Diener, the coward, helped the sheriff to write so they could get a safekeeping order. That in itself should, first of all, Judge Diener, you coward. Absolute coward. You if you're of the Christian faith, you will spend an eternity in hell. Congratulations, you coward. This placement gave him significantly greater access to mental health professionals to help his pre-existing depression and anxiety problems than he would have had in the county jail. There are other county jails. Again. And folks, remember, they claim, they are still talking about this in an issue they claim that the defense have waived. And they are still talking about it. They are scared shitless that the appeals court will look at this and say, well, 30 days max. And psychosis. Those in combination should render everything that happened and said from November 22nd to when he was transferred 13 months later or 15 months later or whatever it was. Everything. Poisonous fruit. The state sought to offset the problems of social isolation by providing Allen with access to mental health professionals, Dr. Walla, chaplain, regular exercise, regular contact with family. Twice he was allowed a visit with his wife. Other than that, he got a tablet which he knew they monitored. Meanwhile, they recorded his every movement. Meanwhile, every time he looked out, every time he was walked somewhere, it was by diaper Nazi guards, the Odinists, or inmates who wanted him dead, or who wanted or could make shit up because they wanted favors. In addition to Allen's access to legal counsels, Dr. Wall advised him that he should not talk about his case to anyone other than his attorneys, and assured him that he did not have to talk about the case to receive mental health help from her. That's not the Miranda warning. She is not in this. These are actually what this here. I don't think she's even allowed to say that without contacting the attorneys to tell them, hey, your client is talking about the case. And to my knowledge, she never did. The state made no attempt to interrogate Allen after his mental health began declining. Oh, really? So you knew his mental health was declining. According to your own procedures, according to state protocol, when the moment, as you claim here, his mental health began declining, he should have been transferred, and you kept him there. When he became psychotic, the state did not ignore that condition while he continued to confess, but instead promptly initiated antipsychotic medication to restore Allen to his baseline mental health. Forcibly injected him with Haldol from April 13th to at least mid-July. And then the effect has to wear off. Viewed as a sufficiency matter, the evidence supporting the trial court's ruling provides voluntariness beyond a reasonable doubt under the Indiana. Oh, here it is. Let's read this. Oh, I hate this. 20, because, footnote 20, because he was a safekeeper, he was not subject to DOC's policy regarding placement length in restrictive housing. Why? And had he remained in the county jail, he still would have lived in a similar cell with constant video surveillance and minimal interaction with other inmates during comparable recreation time, but with no in-person visits with family or legal counsel. I think that is completely false. The claim here, no in-person visits with legal counsel? Really, Attorney General? Legal counsels aren't allowed into county jail. And again, there are other counties. It didn't have to be Allen County. It could have been any county in the vicinity. But you placed him an hour and a half, 2 hours away from his attorneys. And then you moved him further away. Because you're cunts, all of you. Even reviewed de novo, the preponderance of the evidence proved voluntariness under federal constitution. So, but something they claimed was waived by the attorneys. They spent 12 pages. They are so scared of this. And folks, here, look at this. Because he was a safekeeper who was not subject to DOC's policy regarding placement length in restrictive housing. Where's the case law that says this? Mr. Attorney General, where is the quote to actual case law that because he was a safekeeper, they can ignore DOC policy? Where's the case law? Allen's other state constitutional challenges are meritless. The admission of Allen's confessions did not violate the due course of law provision in Article 1, Section 12. Criminal defendants do not have any general due process rights under Section 12. So, the due course of law provision of Section 12 applies only to civil cases. Due process in criminal cases is protected only through the specific rights guaranteed by other provisions of Article 1. Thus, under the state constitution, the use of involuntary confessions is prohibited only through the Section 14th privilege against self-incrimination. Allen has waived his claim under Article 1, Section 15, because he raises it for the first time on appeal. I'm quite sure this is false. In his motion to suppress and at the pretrial hearing, Allen had violations only under sections 12, 13, and 14. He did not allege a violation of the Section 15. But well, hold on here. Due process in criminal cases is protected only thus, under the state constitution, the use of involuntary confessions is prohibited only through the Section 14 privilege against. But then they say he waived this claim under Section 15. But here it says, for fuck's sake! I'll be right back. Need to take care of some scratches on my neck. That hurt. Whew. Sorry, folks. He's my cat. Love him. I will keep him. But sometimes he, Mr. Jingles, can literally be a pain in the neck. Ouch. That hurt. Okay, no one goes to these lengths unless there's someone else to protect that was involved in the crime. Yeah, I agree. And there are, for instance, Brad Holder, and this is insane to even think about. Brad Holder is in the same local masonry as Nick McLeland, the prosecutor. So, yeah, think about that for a second. Ouch. Okay, let's continue. He said, waive this claim under Article 1, Section 15. In his motion to suppress, only under Sections 12, 13, and 14 of the Indiana 6, he did not allege a violation of Section 15. But you're right up here. Due process in criminal cases only through the specific rights guaranteed by other provisions of Article 1. Thus, under the state constitution, the use of involuntary confessions is prohibited only through the Section 14 privilege against self-incrimination. And so they're mixing it up here. At trial, he merely incorporated his arguments from the pretrial hearing. But they did allege violations under 14, which is the correct section. And then he incorporated his arguments from the pretrial hearing. Yeah, that's not a waiver. you also, I don't get this. You at the same page, section 14, privilege against self-incrimination. Ta-da! In his motion to suppress and at the pre-trial hearing, 12, 13, and 14. So it's not raised for the first time. I don't get this. An appellate consideration in the first instance is particularly inappropriate when the constitutional claim is dependent on potentially disputed facts. Declining to address Section 15 claim raised for the first time on appeal. Regardless, our Supreme Court has specifically declined to interpret Article 1, Section 15 as prohibiting anything more than physical abuse. But they didn't argue physical abuse. They argued the incarceration, the time of the incarceration. They kept him there during his psychotic break, the use of Haldol during the psychotic break without getting him to a fucking hospital. Seriously. Recognizing that Section 15 violations are limited to torture and beating of prisoners. Section 15 is not a catch-all provision applicable to every adverse condition accompanying confinement. How much of his confessions was while RA was under the effects of Haldol? I believe all. You have the April 5th, and then he was on Haldol on April 13th. And then he was injected by Haldol until mid-July. The effect started to wear off, and then they claim he made an additional confession in February of 2024, which I don't believe is anywhere close. So, besides under the effect of Haldol, 1. And I could argue until Kingdom Come that his psychosis was full-blown at the time. Let's hear. Allen says not contended either in the trial court or on appeal that he was subjected to physical torture. See how they try to condition it here? Physical torture. They don't argue physical torture. It don't have to be physical to be torture. Torture is not conditioned to only physical. Psychological torture is a thing. His complaints about the conditions of his confinement do not present a viable Section 15 claim. No, but you write it yourself. Here. Due process in criminal cases is only protected. Thus, under state constitution, the use of involuntary confessions is prohibited only through Section 14. Yeah, so they are arguing the correct one. And you're trying to say, well, it wasn't physical torture, so Section 15 can't apply. No, for fuck's sake. Section 15, Allen was contacted, blah, blah, blah. 15. Okay, footnote 21. Aaron erroneously cites Helton versus Miller for the proposition that the Indiana Supreme Court has held that Section 15 applies to solitary confinement. First, a language Aaron quotes on page 585 is not part of the opinion of the court. Oh, 1860? What? Let's see here. Let's see here. Dun, dun, dun. Sorry. Hold on here. State constitutional prohibition against the necessary rigor in arrest and confinement. No, that's Tennessee. Indiana. Enacted in 1816, Bill of Rights in Indiana Constitution included the following provision: that no person arrested or confined in jail should be treated with unnecessary rigor or be put to answer any criminal charge but by presentment, indictment, or impeachment. Let's see, 1860. Oh, that's Tennessee. Yeah, okay, let's just continue reading this pile of garbage instead. First, the language Adam quotes is not the part of the opinion of the court, pronouncing the judgment of the court ending the opinion. The quoted language is from the brief of Mr. Crawford, the attorney for the appellants, which follows the opinion in the report. At that time, the court sometimes appended verbatim recitations of the party's argument to the end of its opinion. Second, the court's opinion does not address or even mention Article 1, Section 15, nor does the issue decided in the case have anything to do with the constitutionality of solitary confinement. Yeah, I don't know. They have to address this because I don't have the knowledge about this case. And then they add this harmless error. So they have so far, and the thing that they claim that the defense have waived, they have now spent 15 pages, and then they add this harmless error. Even if all the confessions were involuntary, their admission into evidence is harmless. Their erroneous admission of an involuntary confession is subject to harmless error review. Constitutional errors must be harmless beyond a reasonable doubt, meaning they did not contribute to the verdict. They actually claim in their reply brief to the appeal that the confessions had nothing to do with the conviction or did not contribute to the verdict. Hey, Katie, new member. Thank you so much. You now have access to all my members-only content. You now have access to your own emojis, and you will have early access to all my videos. And thank you so much. And if anybody else wants to be a member, it's $3 a month, $3 a month, and you get all that. And thank you so much, Katie. Yeah. Harmless error. They add harmless error after everything. That's a sign of weakness, because the state thinks it's very much possible that the appeals court can strike down on this, specifically on this. And they argue, since they argue harmlessness, the timeline eyewitness evidence. No eyewitness pointed towards Rick Allen at trial and said, yeah, that's the guy I saw. The description of Bridge Guy does not match Rick Allen. Nobody mentions a short, fat guy. The timeline is bullshit. We went through this several times. If the state's timeline is correct, that he saw the van at around 2:15 p.m. and the girl's phone, the phone stopped moving at 2:32 p.m. But the van couldn't have been there at 2:15 p.m. because he clocked out from work a half-hour drive away. He had to clock out from work. He had to get to the car, sit in his car, start the car, drive out from the compound, and then drive home. Adds minutes. He could not have been at the little gravel road at 2:15 p.m. It's just not possible. So no, the timeline, including in Allen's initial statements to police. What statements? That he wasn't sure. He wasn't even sure which car he drove that day. He wasn't even sure what clothes he wore that day. The Carhartt jacket is something the cops put in his mouth. Allen never actually said it. And here again. Alone creates an overwhelming certainty that Allen was Bridge Guy and thus the murderer. Nothing fits. The description of Bridge Guy does not fit. Allen admitted he parked near the Freedom Bridge entrance. No, he didn't. He never did. And began walking the trail about 1:30 p.m. He never said 1:30 p.m. In the interview, you have the tip that he was there maybe between 1 and 3. That's not 1:30 at all. Maybe. And we don't know if the person receiving the tip put it down correctly. We don't. Which was corroborated by the surveillance video capturing the car matching the appearance of his Focus driving toward the Freedom Bridge entrance at 1:27 p.m. You matched the car after the fact because not one person who saw a car described a Ford Focus. So you actively went out of your way to find a surveillance video that captured something that maybe looked like his car. How about the 10 minutes before? How about the 10 minutes after? How about a half hour before? How many cars passed that had roughly the same appearance? We don't know because it was never admitted. It was never checked. And now it's gone forever, probably. Oh, thank you, Stringerbell. Membership is worth every penny. Welcome, Katie. Oh, and Stringerbell has been a member for 10 months. Thank you so much for your continuous support. Thank you. Oh. Katie says, I've been lurking for a while. Someone graciously gifted me a membership last month, so definitely had to renew. KDP from up north, as Jeff used to call me. I live north of where Jeff lived in Korea. Oh. 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 I need to get together with Aussie and Andrew so we can do a bar hopping thing in Korea. I know that Jeff had his favorite bars. So we need to get together at some point in time and do a Jeff trail. Now, Andrew has been out with Jeff in Korea. Aussie, I don't know, but we need to do that. We need to do that. Not this year, but maybe next year. You know, folks, I'm going to start a plan for a Korea trip next year. I'm going to check in with Aussie and Andrew to see if we can do that. Oh, thank you for being here. Thank you for being here. That's so nice, sweet of you. So that is 10,001. I believe it's called. I have no idea what the currency exchange is, but thank you. Oh, I missed the guy. All right. Alan immediately parked near the Freedom Bridge entrance. He didn't. At 1:30 p.m., he didn't, which was corroborated by the surveillance video capturing a car matching the appearance of his Focus driving towards Freedom Bridge entrance. The silhouette of a car at speed. And you never took 10 minutes before or after and showed half hour before or an hour before. If somebody was there lurking and waiting for victims, why not expand to see, okay, what types of car? Maybe there was a Mercury Comet driving by. Maybe there was a smart car driving by. Maybe there was a PT Cruiser driving by. That would have been according to witness testimony. Oh. He admitted he was likely wearing a dark Carhartt jacket. No, he didn't. Not likely. He was talking about what he might have worn at the time. And he never said anything about a blue Carhartt. And Kathy said, well, the blue one was bought just a couple of years ago, which put that purchase of that blue Carhartt in 2020, not 2017. Does not match. Which matches the clothing worn by Bridge Guy? No, it doesn't. Alan identifies himself as the man who walked past the Wilbur Voorhees group at the trial around 1:30 p.m. The fuck he did. The fuck he did. He said he saw a group of 3 girls. The Wilbur Voorhees group was 4. Different set of girls. And in the Wilbur Voorhees group, they said he was taller. Rick Allen is shorter than the tallest girl in that group. At somewhere 5'4", 5'5". Tallest girl in that group, 5'7". And she said the person they met was taller. Not the same man. Wilbur and Voorhees both immediately recognized the picture of Bridge Guy as the man who walked past them, not Rick Allen. Allen also admitted when he reached the high bridge, he walked out to the first platform and stayed there for a few minutes. Yeah, not at that time. Blair entered the trail at the Mears entrance at or just after 1:46 p.m. and when she reached High Bridge, she saw a man on the platform who she immediately recognized as Bridge Guy. Let's see here. Betsy Blair described Bridge Guy as a Caucasian male in his 20s or early 30s with brown poofy hair, a boyish look, and no visible facial hair. She estimated him to be of average height. So, boyish, brown poofy hair, no facial hair. There's literally nothing in her description that matches Rick Allen. Nothing. And this is what she claimed she saw. Let's see here if they... This is Rick Allen in 2018. Now you tell me if that fits the description of Betsy Blair. Caucasian male in his 20s or early 30s with brown poofy hair, a boyish look, and no visible facial hair. Nothing. And who she immediately recognized as bridge guy. There's nothing like that description that says Rick Allen. Neither Blair, Wilbur, nor Voorhees saw anyone else on the trail that could have been bridge guy. Look at the wording here. Saw anyone else on the trail that could have been bridge guy or Allen. Allen doesn't resemble bridge guy at all. The other image, which you might have seen, let's see here. This other sketch. Now, if you squint, yeah, but it's not the same facial features at all as Rick Allen. And this guy was not seen at the bridge. This is, I believe it's Sarah Carbaugh. Let me just check before I say... Let's see here. I can't be certain if it was Sarah Carbaugh or anybody, someone else who made this description. But the person, this actual description of Bridge Guy is that guy. This is a year later. Rick Allen has never been without facial hair. He has always had short, more or less buzz cut hair. He's between 5'4" and 5'5". Nothing like Bridge Guy. Nothing. As she walked back toward the entrance, Blair passed Abby and Libby on their way to a high bridge. And by 2:13 p.m., the man Blair, Wilbur, and Voorhees saw, the man Allen had effectively identified himself as being bullshit, was following Abby and Libby across the high bridge and ordering down the hill while armed with a gun. There's no gun seen in that video. By 2:32 p.m., Ellie's phone had stopped moving, and by 3:11 p.m., Libby was not answering the phone when her father called, and she and Abby had failed to meet him. Yeah. Here it is. 2:13 p.m. was following Abby and Libby across the high bridge. By 2:32, they were gone. Again, this is the only description of Bridge Guy at the actual bridge. Looks nothing like Rick Allen. Nothing. So, and here's the thing. 2:13, 2:32. Ordering them down the hill. And then he was frightened by the van, according to the state. Yeah, that would have been, according to the state's own evidence, must have been way before 2:32 p.m. Brad Weber clocked out at 2:02 p.m. It would have taken him half an hour to be there as Libby's phone stopped moving. Anything earlier, it would have meant that he had to have had going back home from work at an average of 120 miles per hour. Yeah, you hear it yourself, how absolutely stupid this sounds. And this is the state's own timeline. Oh yeah, Carbaugh sketch is the meth head sketch. Thank you. Yeah. Is Bridge Guy not a lot bigger in height to Rick Allen? Yeah. Average height. Average height, Indiana, 5'10". 5'8" to 5'10". You know what 4 inches does to the height of a person? These are my nicotine pouches. This is 2 inches. This is 4 inches. Do you not think that you can spot the difference if I was this much taller? That would make me go just under 6'4". You don't think you would notice the difference between a 6'4" guy and a 6'8" to 6'10" guy? That's the difference. And now it's the difference between a guy who is shorter than the girls. The group of 4, who is shorter than the tallest of the girls, who said the guy is of average height. Taller than them. The description falls on its fucking face. And the timeline is impossible to reconcile with the van. Shortly before 4 p.m., Carver saw a man she recognized as bridge guy walking westbound. I don't think Sarah Carver saw anything that day. She wanted to make herself interesting, so she made shit up. Because 4 p.m. on County Road 300 North, at 4 p.m., everybody with a daytime job is on their way fucking home. That road was well traveled, and only she saw a muddy and bloody guy walking on the side of. No. Sarah Carver saw nothing. She never saw anything. She wanted to make herself interesting. That's it. And again, towards where Alan had admitted he had parked his car. He never did. That's a lie. Mud and flesh, blood spatter. Also, this falls on its actual reasonableness. She was driving past a guy and claims she saw individual blood spatter. It falls on his face. Blah, 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 blah. Given Alan's admissions, placing him on the trail and on the high bridge platform at the right time to be the man seen by Blair? No, it wasn't. Wilbur and Voorhees? Definitely not him. Alan is shorter than the tallest of these girls, and the guy they described was taller. He is not in his... He doesn't even look... Even when he was in his 20s and 30s, did he look like he was in his 20s or 30s? The tight timeline combined with evidence created in connection to the abduction and murders, the only reasonable conclusion to be drawn was that Alan was bridge guy, the person who murdered Abby and Libby. And that in itself, all we hear on that tape is down the hill. Guys, down the hill. There is no actual evidence whoever was on that bridge, that guy, actually followed them. There's no evidence whatsoever of a gun. In that recording, there is no racking of a gun. And we now know that these fuckers, the Attorney General, even changed what was testified to in court that they claim was heard on that 43-second tape. They even changed that in this appeals brief. And we have seen the video. We know nobody said that is a gun or that be a gun. Those words are not spoken in that video. There's no distress heard on the girls whatsoever. They lied to all of us about what was on the 43-second video. We could inference to it, but we didn't find out until the 43-second video was released after trial. Yeah, the word spoken on the tape is, according to me, I have it. Let's listen to it. I'm going to...
See, this is the path that we go down.
See, this is the path that we go down.
There's no path going there, so we have to go down here.
There's no path going there, so we have to go down here. Listen to it again.
There's no path going there, so we have to go down here.
No distress whatsoever. They already know where they're going. There's no path.
There's no path going there, so we have to go down here.
There's no path going there, so we have to go down here. Now, folks, according to Andrea Burkhardt, who was in trial, he was shocked by how bad the sound was, the audio was, the video itself. If I remember correctly, she was shocked. So yeah, this part was played for the jury. And the claim is this here is not what they claim is the enhanced version. This is what they claim is the original version. This is excellent condition of this tape. But what the jury had was it Holman? I don't remember who it was who testified at the time. He narrated this to the jury. The state told the jury over and over again what was heard on this tape, on this video. And then they presented an abomination to the jury with bad sound, bad video. This what we hear here. Now, I have enhanced it a bit so we actually can hear what it said enhanced. And the jury was only allowed to listen to it once if they requested it during deliberation. This isn't even close to what the state claim is said on the tape. Not even fucking close. All right, let's continue. Other evidence corroborated this conclusion. More significantly, the unfired Winchester 40 caliber cartridge found by the girls' bodies was forensically matched as having been cycled through Allen's 40 caliber handgun. We know this is false because Melissa Obert, she only cycled the cartridge. She couldn't produce marking to make a match, so she fired. And then make comparisons. And I have a video on that as well. They don't match. They really don't. Out of the pictures that was shown to the jury, one maybe, but there's different lighting, different resolution in the comparison. So no, this part here. And again, remember the detailed confession we talked about an hour ago, where Rick Allen said he racked the gun, and that is when the bullet must have fell out. That was on the bridge, the detailed confession, not where the girls were found. It does not fit. Allen had an identical unfired cartridge. False. of only piece of Winchester ammunition found in his house in a keepsake box. Allen had no possible innocent explanation for how a cartridge that had been in his gun could have ended up at the murder scene. He didn't have to. He didn't have to. Alice Candy says, we actually never heard this detailed confessions. That detailed confession. We have Dr. Wallace. Remember, she destroyed her notes after she interpreted what was said in a report. That is what we have. Yeah, you cannot, even by their own standard, these Toolmark analysts, even by their standard, you cannot match a fired cartridge to an unspent round. Ended up at the murder scene. Bridge guy had a gun and used it to compel Abby and Libby to go down the hill. See here how they omit to say in the so-called confession, that was on the bridge where he lost a bullet. No, yeah. An ISP trooper who had listened to over 700 of Allen's phone calls opined that it was Allen's voice heard on the video saying down the hill. That in itself should render a new trial. They allowed a non-expert to opine who it was on the tape. People who do that for a living says, you cannot do that comparison. It's too few words. Too few words to make. So they allowed this motherfucker to say, yeah, I think it's him, after hearing 700 of Allen's phone calls. No. So this in itself, in my opinion, should render a new trial, because this ISP trooper has no training in voice recognition. He should never have been allowed to opine about it. Never. And then they go to, although Allen had 12 old cell phones in his bedroom closet, he did not have the cell phone he had told police he had with him on the train in 2017. After he phoned in, I wasn't on the trail that day, back in 2017, he met with an officer and showed that officer his phone, allowed him to go through it. And ultimately, he was cleared. Back in 2017. And 12 old cell phone. Folks, if I gather all my old cell phones, I have more than all but 4. I probably have for the past 20, 25 odd years. Is still in my possession. Because the other, I traded in. This is not... This is bullshit. Allen also displayed consciousness of guilt by lying to police, or really. Although he originally told police he was at the trail from 1:30 to 3:30, I don't think that's correct. And the testimony from Wilbur and Voorhees proves that he was arriving at the trail, not leaving it. They did not describe him, fuckers. When police re-interviewed him in October 2022, Allen claimed he was at the trail much earlier, from 12 to 1:30 p.m. Isn't that... We still don't know what in the original chip, if that is what was actually said. We don't know. If they got it wrong back then. While police executed a search warrant at his house, Allen said multiple times, "It's over." That's not the entire quote. And he was referencing, since everybody now believed that he did it, they might as well search everything because it's already over, because you try to pin it on him, as they did in the first interview and definitely in the second interview. In the face of this powerful evidence of guilt, the jury did not need to rely on the confessions at all to return its verdicts. This is so bad of an argument. Here's the thing, folks. If it's not necessary, then you don't present it at trial. This is pure desperation. Because everything they say here can be rebutted. Everything. Everything. From who the girls actually described, to the cars actually described, to the impossible timeline, to where the confession said when he saw the van or when he racked the gun. Everything, every fucking detail can be rebutted. So, no. And then they go into the order and settlement agreement from an unrelated lawsuit against the DOC was properly excluded. Just as the ultimate ruling at a pre-trial suppression hearing is no longer at issue following a completed trial, so also a subsidiary evidentiary ruling made during the course of the pre-trial suppression hearing. The available issue now is the evidentiary rulings made during the trial, but Allen challenges only the exclusion of the IPAS order settlement agreement at the suppression hearing. He cites no authority to support the contention that this is a live issue for appellate review, and he makes no cogent argument addressed to the IPAS ruling at the trial. So it was ruled at the trial. This court should find the issue moot or waived. Evidentiary ruling made during the trial, but Allen only challenges only the exclusion of the IPAS order settlement agreement at the suppression hearing. Well, yeah, they wanted Judge Gull to revisit the suppression. That's not a waiver. That is bringing it up at trial. Regardless, at both the suppression hearing and at the trial, Allen was allowed to elicit evidence regarding DOC policy limiting offenders with SMI to 30 days in restricted housing. The reason for that policy, the undisputed facts that Allen had diagnosed mental health conditions upon entry to the DOC and met the definition of SMI in April 2023. But that's not the issue here. The issue here is the DOC policy should have rendered anything after 30 days in Westville as poisonous fruit. Because if the DOC policy, the 30-day limit, if that applies, then all of the so-called admissions should be thrown out. That's the issue here. But he was allowed to talk about it at trial. Yeah, but that goes to the weight of the evidence, not if the evidence should have been admitted at all. You're comparing apples with oranges again. It was also permitted to present expert evidence regarding his mental health and the impact of social isolation on mental health. Yeah, they had to, because the confessions were admitted despite policy. Yeah. The only thing Excluded was the court order and settlement agreement from an unrelated civil lawsuit that was the original genesis of the DOC policy. Yeah, this lawsuit describes conditions that was lighter than what Allen was subjected to. Had the settlement agreement from the lawsuit been admitted, the jury would have seen that what a civil court said fuck no to, a civil jury said fuck no to, was conditions that was lighter than Rick Allen's. So this here, thus Allen was able to introduce the evidence relevant to his voluntariness challenge. Current DOC policy in effect during Allen's pre-trial incarceration was relevant and was not excluded. So they're putting the cart before the horse here. They are excusing what he was still allowed to testify against it. He should never have been forced to. That's the problem here. That if that policy had been in effect as it should have, the safekeeping order should have not mattered. He should have been out of solitary after 30 days. She should have been put in a local jail, closer to either his family or his attorneys. But he kept him there. And any minimal probative value it might have possessed was outweighed by the dangers of unfair prejudice and confusion of the issues. Confusion of the issues is what prosecutors say. Shit. This speaks against my case. Please don't admit it. No. Oh. Allen acknowledged there was a lot of things in the IPAS settlement that don't have anything to do with this particular case, and that he wanted to use the IPAS document to attack the DOC history of treating mentally ill offenders. This criminal trial was not the proper forum to litigate a civil rights challenge to the way mentally ill individuals are treated in the DOC. The DOC was not on trial here, and the court properly refused to allow Allen to attempt to confuse the issue the jury was to decide. And finally, and any error was harmless. They always go back to harmless error. Folks, harmless error is what the state says when they have nothing. If they believed in all of this other crap, this is not necessary. But they are scared shitless. Scared shitless. Given the nature of the evidence Allen was allowed to present and the lack of any coercive state action, the court can be confident that the IPAS lawsuit documents would have made no difference to either the trial court's ruling that the confessions were voluntary or to the jury's evaluation of the weight to give those confessions. The issue here isn't weight, it is admissibility. The safekeeping order, now hopefully the appeals attorneys will go into the safekeeping order in itself. But also, now I don't think, no, this is pre-trial, so they might not be able to. That will be, if he loses this appeal, it can be raised later. But in this case, it is about admissibility of evidence. If the IPAS, if the new policy it was applied correct, Allen would not have been in Westville April 3rd. He would have been in a safer place for him, where his mental issues would have been handled correctly. And these confessions would never have happened. That's the issue. It's not about weight, it's about admissibility. That is what makes Judge Gall's decisions here matter of appeal, because this should The confessions should never have been admitted. Okay, the trial court made proper evidentiary rulings. Oh, for fuck's sake. The trial court's evidentiary rulings were correct and did not deprive Allen of his right to present a defense. Trial judges are better at making evidentiary calls than appellate judges. Therefore, trial courts are given wide deference in this area. In many cases, a court could admit or exclude evidence, and an appeal court won't meddle with that decision on appeal. Evidentiary rulings are reviewed only for a manifest abuse of discretion. An erroneous evidentiary ruling is harmless if, given all the evidence in the case, the error's probable impact does not undermine confidence in the outcome. Remember how in every case, they boiled it down to harmless error. It's a circular argument from the Attorney General. Let's say 4 issues. Yeah, even if this is gone, you have the 3 others. And then to that, well, even if this is gone, you have these 3 others, and so on. So it's a circular argument. Problem is, the totality of the circumstances here does not speak towards the state. The totality of the circumstances here speaks towards an absolute unfair trial. And hello, Dolly Raiders. An erroneous evidentiary, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. Federal Constitution errors must be harmless beyond any reasonable doubt, meaning they did not contribute to the verdict. The constitutional right to present a defense is not absolute. Defendants must comply with well-established rules of evidence to ensure both fairness and reliability and the ascertainment of guilt or innocence. The right to present a defense trumps an evidentiary rule only when the rule is arbitrary or disproportionate to the purposes. Evidence Rule 403 and hearsay rules do not unconstitutionally limit the right to present a defense. The trial court properly excluded inadmissible evidence, the investigatory sketch of Bridge Guy. Here they claim Allen has waived the issue. The trial court granted the state's motion in limine to exclude the police sketch drawn from Blair's description of the man she saw on the bridge. But then she testified. At cross-examination, since she testified about how she described, the sketch should have been admitted. Example 1. Rulings on motion in limine do not preserve errors for appeal. And they do not attempt to introduce Blair's sketch at trial. So he has waived this issue. I don't think that's correct. Because now I have to check this with Andrea. But this was not only a pre-trial issue. I believe this was also an issue at trial, but I'm not sure. Waiver notwithstanding, Blair's police sketch was inadmissible. Allen sought to admit Blair's sketch as substantive evidence that Blair did not see Allen on the bridge. But the sketch was not relevant for this purpose because, as the trial court noted, and Allen concedes, Blair did not make an eyewitness identification of Allen as the man on the bridge. So they are trying to use the fact that the state was too scared to ask the question, is the man you saw on the bridge here in the court this day? They were too scared. So they are using the fact that they did not ask as an argument towards the defense not allowed to show what she claimed she saw. Mika's headphones. The ruling was after opening. Yeah, opening statement. Didn't the defense wanted to show the sketches? Another thing I have to check with Andrea. Blair identified Bridge Guy as the man she saw on the platform on the bridge. She did not identify Allen as Bridge Guy. doesn't that take away what you said earlier? That that the eyewitnesses placed Alan on the bridge? Doesn't this completely negate that fact? That she did not identify Alan as bridge guy? And then they claim Alan's identification as bridge guy came from Alan identifying himself as the man Wilbur and Moore he saw. Never did. And placing himself on the platform at the right time to be the man Blair saw there. You see how this is a circular argument? They are trying to get away from the fact that they never asked that question, that crucial question. And they try to make it as, since we didn't ask her that direct question, they are not allowed to point out that she didn't saw Rick Allen. It's a contradiction. Yeah, Mika says that. Yeah, after jury selection, the state panicked, filed that the motion in limine for the sketches after the questions defense asked in voir dire. Yeah. And if the jury is seated, trial has started. Further, any slight probative value was substantially outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice and confusion. Again, we can't confuse the jury by showing them a sketch that Betsy Blair says matches 10 out of 10, and then show it to the jury, and it looks nothing like Rick Allen. That's very confusing. Of course it's confusing, because it speaks against Rick Allen's guilt. It was undisputed that complicit sketches are used as an investigatory tool to generate leads and are not used to identify or exclude a suspect. Really? Really? How many? No, this is just too stupid. Blair's sketch was an artist's interpretation of her description of bridge guy, and it was impossible to remove artist bias. Betsy Blair told you that sketch is identical. Since state has created more reasonable doubt with this response. Yeah, the problem here is now the table has turned on appeal. Now Rick Allen is presumed guilty, and the weight has to go the other way. That's the problem. So the state doesn't care that this creates more reasonable doubt towards this case, because now the tables are turned. They don't have to. Now they only have to, more or less, not exactly, but more or less, all the state has to do is create reasonable doubt towards the appeal. Yeah, isn't that exactly what sketches are for? For police to identify or exclude suspects. Yeah, used all the time. The danger of unfair prejudice was twofold. The jury could misuse the unreliable sketch as substantive evidence. They claim, oh, it's an unreliable. Betsy Blair testified, have said over and over again before trial, this is the man I saw. The jury could misuse the sketch to exclude Allen when Blair had not purported to identify Allen. Do you hear this? That's so stupid. They could misuse the sketch to exclude Allen. Yeah, Jesus Christ. Wouldn't it be so bad to use Betsy Blair's rendition of Bridge Guy? Yeah. Allen's use of the sketch would have misled and confused the jury. And also, footnote 22, Allen's additional arguments that Blair's sketch would impeach Carbaugh's identification or show bias in the investigation are weighed because he did not make those arguments below. Allen did not offer any foundation from Blair's sketch artist for admission of this sketch. He didn't have time. The sketch artist itself was nowhere close to the trial. And to my recollection, Judge Gull didn't give this opportunity either. Yeah, they weren't allowed to call the artist. So, fuck you, Attorney General. The sketch was also inadmissible hearsay. Evidence Rule 801 allows a prior statement of identification because these statements are believed to be reliable. Blair's sketch was not a prior identification of Allen, so he cannot use it as substantive evidence as that she did not identify him. This is another contradiction. No, Blair's sketch was to be used as impeachment. Impeachment. Because the state used Betsy Blair to claim Rick Allen was at the trail. That was the guy she saw at the trail. The impeachment here would have been, no, you didn't. Isn't this the guy you saw at the bridge? Yes. This guy doesn't look anything like Rick Allen, right? Correct. Boom. Done. The rule is a means of positive identification shortly after perceiving the person. It would not apply to a prior identification of a different person. It's a contradiction of facts here. So why did they have her on the stand? To testify about Rich Guy. If you now claim in appeal that she didn't identify Rick Allen, she has been used to identify a time when she saw Bridge Guy. But then when it comes to actually identification of who Bridge Guy was, all of a sudden she's no longer necessary. Allen's new claim that the sketch was impeachment evidence is waived. He did not offer it for that reason or attempt to impeach Blair with it. He was not allowed to. Moreover, it would have been cumulative. On cross-examination, Blair testified she had described the man she saw as a young boyish man in his 20s or 30s of average height with brown poofy hair and no visible facial hair or hat. The jury could compare this description with Bridge Guy and with Allen. Do you know why that can't be done, asshole? Because it's 5 years later and people might change appearance, and he had been in prison for 1.5 years. They should have been allowed to be shown pictures of that sketch with contemporaneous pictures of Rick Allen back in the day. The jury could compare this description with Bridge Guy and with Allen. Allen makes no persuasive argument that the sketch would have been any more impeaching than Blair's description of the person. This is so stupid. See Wiedemann v. State. Exclusion of cumulative evidence is harmless error. So they go back again to harmless error. Again, circular argument. Well, this is harmless error because look at the other facts. But at the same time, this is also harmless error because look at the other facts. This is also harmless error because look at the other. It's a circular argument where everything is a harmless error because everything in this fucking case is bad for the state. Tobin's testimony was inadmissible because it was not relevant to an issue before the jury. Toolmark identification has at least two subdisciplines: metallurgy and firearms identification. ISB forensic firearms examiner Melissa Oberg testified that she used the association of firearm and toolmark examiners after toolmark identification methodology and opined that there were 3 different toolmark areas of significant agreement to show that the cartridge at the scene had been cycled through Allen's Sig Sauer model P226 40 caliber handgun. Here's where metallurgy comes in play. She did not compare a cycled cartridge with a cycled cartridge. She compared a cycled cartridge with a fired. That is where metallurgy comes in play, because by firing that bullet, the casing changes. That makes it metallurgy. So Tobin's testimony should absolutely have been in there. Defense expert Eric Warren, also a forensic firearms examiner who uses the AFTI methodology, testified that he reviewed Ober's report, did not agree with the process of comparing a cycled cartridge with a fired cartridge, and found insufficient documentation to support her opinion. This was the battle of the experts. This should have been thrown out entirely. I don't know if there was a motion in limine pre-trial regarding this cartridge because of the failure of Melissa Oberg. But it was admitted at trial with the testimony. Alan also proffered William Tobin, an expert in metallurgy. Tobin is an open critic of the AFTI and all firearms identification methodology. He believes the discipline is unreliable and should not be admitted in court. Yeah, so fucking what? So fucking what? The trial court properly excluded this testimony because it was not relevant to an issue before the jury. As I just said, once she fired that cartridge, the heat, the pressure changes the casing. That is what makes his testimony correct. Yeah, as Mrs. Oberg saying, I've never been wrong in my life. Go fuck yourself, you shit. And that is not all of Tobin's testimony. And folks, you know what I think about Toolmark analysis.
Step right up to the miracle station. We've got justice in a jar on sale. Wave a lab coat, sprinkle Latin, sign your name, then set that scale. Look, a scratch on a screwdriver. Look, a pattern on a shell. Call it Toolmark analysis, baby. That's how they send you to a cell. It's a shit science and you know it, but they sell it with a wink and a grin. Draw.
It's a shit science. And when, hopefully, in the near future, when this shit science is properly debunked, the courts will have so much to do. And they should have, because the courts themselves should have thrown out these shit scientists, shit science decades ago. Together with bite mark analysis, it should have been thrown out. Tobin's profit testimony went to the reliability and admissibility of the firearms identification evidence. Yeah. Reliability and admissibility of the firearms. Yeah, reliability. He should have been allowed to testify about the reliability. Noting Tobin's testimony discrediting the reliability of firearms identification generally, and the AFTI theory specifically in a Fry hearing. Yeah, battle of the experts. Now, the defense had to call the other guy because you didn't allow Tobin. The trial court, not the jury, determines whether expert scientific testimony is admissible under evidence rule 702b, because the scientific principle upon which it rests are reliable. What's the difference then? between Eric Warren saying this is not reliable, insufficient documentation, yada, yada, yada. And here Tobin could have testified to how Melissa Obert, her, by adding metallurgy into this, making it more than evident to the jury that how Melissa Obert got her matches are bullshit. Allen never offered Tobin's testimony to exclude the firearms evidence as based on unreliable scientific principle under Rule 702B. I'm not sure this is correct. I'm quite sure there is a motion in limine regarding Melissa Obert's identification. Indiana doesn't use Friar Dobert. They say the jury are the ones who decide if an expert is actually an expert. It's insane. Yeah. That's absolutely insane. Wow. Yeah. Because the trial court found the firearms identification evidence admissible, it was for the jury to determine the credibility of Oberg and Warren and assign weight of the evidence. Tobin's proffered testimony was not relevant to credibility. Sure it is. The credibility of the methodology of the state's expert. Ta-da! Tobin is not trained in forensic firearms identification, does not do a firearms examination, and did not examine the evidence. So, stating that an expert in one field of expertise cannot offer opinions in other fields absent of a showing of competency in the other area. Tobin literally wrote the book of metallurgy regarding Toolmark analysis. And metallurgy, you yourself just wrote up here. Toolmark identification has at least two sub-disciplines, metallurgy and firearms identification. You write it your fucking selves up here that his field of expertise, metallurgy, is what he can testify about. You write it yourself. Metallurgy is a part of Toolmark analysis. Tobin is an expert in metallurgy. For fuck's sake. Tobin was not qualified to offer testimony against the weight or credibility of the forensic identification evidence. You just wrote that metallurgy is part of Toolmark analysis. Contradicting yourselves again. Allen's claim that Tobin's testimony was offered to impeach Ober's credibility is incorrect. Allen offered Tobin's criticism to discredit the accepted established methodology under the AFT. Then what Judge Gull could have done is to condition his testimony to only be about metallurgy. Instead, she kicked him out completely. And here's the thing about Tobin. Tobin is one of the experts where Judge Gull allowed funding off. And then she didn't allow him to testify at trial. Had she said no to the funding, then the defense could have spent the money otherwise. This is what I say is the tactics of Judge Gull. Because this is not the only expert that she allowed funding to, having the defense spend the money, spend the time, only to not admit it at trial. That was her wasting the defense time and limited funds. This is what makes her so inexplainably evil. Her decisions that wasted the defense time and money. This criticism had nothing to do with Oberg's work specifically and her credibility as an expert. Moreover, Allen extensively cross-examined Oberg, and he offered Warren's expert testimony to counter Oberg's opinion. Both Oberg and Warren acknowledged the criticism and ongoing debate in the firearms identification field by the President's Council on the advancement of science and technology and the National Academy of Sciences. Thus, much of Tobin's proffered testimony criticizing firearms identification evidence was presented to the jury. His testimony, metallurgy. Because he was the expert who could tell the jury that you cannot compare a fired cartridge with a cycled cartridge because of the change in the metal itself. For this reason, and due to the overwhelming guilt, as evidence of guilt discussed in section B below, an error in the exclusion of Tobin's testimony was harmless. Here we go again. Harmless error. The circular argument. Well, this is harmless because look at the other things. This is also harmless because look at the other things. So everything is harmless because, well, look at the other things. Yeah, but look at the totality of the circumstances then. If everything is error, then the trial cannot have been fair. Audio of Allen's movement videos in DOC. Allen presented 15 videos of his movement within the DOC during April through June 2023 to show how the environmental conditions affected his mental health, which impacted the credibility of his confessions. The trial court sustained the state's hearsay objection to the audio of Allen's statements. So the jury saw Allen, but did not hear what he said during those movements outside his cell. Now, about 3 hours ago in this stream, the AG claimed in this very document that the camera in Allen's cell was video only. Really, Attorney General. So why did they take off the audio? And this was not offered as truth of the matter asserted. This was offered as state of mind. This was not offered as to say what Allen said during this audio, that he started World War III, that he raped his daughter, that he was cheating on his wife with a matchstick. Was not offered as truth. It was offered as state of mind to put in context everything else. Exactly what was going on in Allen's psychotic mind, in an active psychosis. So the jury saw Allen but did not hear what he said during those movement periods outside his cell. Only the video, not the audio, was relevant to present his environmental conditions. Allen's sole argument on appeal that his statements were not hearsay under 801C because the statement showed his state of mind. But Allen's statements do not facially pertain to his state of mind, and Allen's attempt to use them for that purpose shows that he was offering them for their truth. No, because what he said on those tapes were things that could not physically have happened. It literally cannot be offered as truth because it wasn't. It's impossible to offer it as truth because what he said did not ever happen. He wanted the jury to accept the substance of his statements as true reflections of the contents of his mind. You're saying it yourself. He wanted the jury to accept the substance of his statements as a true reflection of the contents of his mind. Yeah, state of mind. You're writing it yourself. They were offering it as his state of mind. If a defendant who does not testify during trial cannot introduce exculpatory statement made outside of court in order to enhance his credibility, because the statements are self-serving, generally untrustworthy, and not subject to cross-examination. Not offered for the truth, as you yourself write here. Contents of his mind, state of mind. Alan also makes no argument to show the admissibility of the other statements in the videos, although he clearly relies on those statements for the truth as well. False. Further, Alan had adequate other means to impeach Dr. Wallace's testimony, including cross-examination and his own expert witnesses, but it would not impeach Dr. Wallace's testimony about Alan's presentation on a particular day with videos of him on different days, even if audio was presented to the jury, because psychosis is fluid. Again, circular argument. They were not allowed to do a presentation of what he was doing at the alleged day of confession. They weren't allowed to present. They were at the end. They were allowed to show 5 videos. It's insane. This evidence was thus unlikely to have an impeaching effect. The jury was able to view Alan's environmental conditions and his behavior in the movement videos from April 5th to June 20th in light of his expert witness testimony of his psychosis and delirium. Do you know how you show that? By showing every video, day by day. And any error in the exclusion of the audio was harmless, as explained in section B below. Again, circular argument. This here is harmless because look at the others. This here is harmless because look at the others. It's so stupid. Alan's other 2 phone calls on April 3rd, 2023. The state presented 1 jail call by Alan on April 3rd, 2023 at 5:14 a.m. over Alan's objection that the 2 other phone calls that day, 3:12 a.m. and 8:45 a.m., also had to be admitted under Evidence Rule 106, the doctrine of completeness. The trial court's ruling that each call in full met the doctrine of completeness was correct. Alan cites to no authority showing otherwise. Appellant's brief, page 99 to 100. Let's see here. That was a 99 to 100. Let's see here. On April 2nd, Alan called his mother and discussed finding religion. In the early morning of hours, Alan made 3 intertwined calls. Over objection, the jury heard a second call where Alan confessed to his wife, but the judge prohibited the jury from hearing the calls that bookended it, where Alan questioned his sanity and the veracity of his own statements. Trooper Harshman's testimony made the error worse. Over objection, Harshman claimed that when confessing, Alan was consistently calm, subdued, and solemn in tone, showing no indication of duress or stress. But the excluded April 3rd calls discredited his testimony. Alan was confused and forgetful in those. He believed he was losing his mind and that IDOC was poisoning him. He referred to being mentally tortured, comparing his environment to Guantanamo Bay. independently. This error was harmful and warrants reversal. In closing, the prosecutor told the jury Allen started confessing on April 3rd because he'd given himself to Jesus the day before. The excluded April 3 calls tell a different story. Okay, so yeah, they actually don't give... Dun, dun, dun. Excluding audio. According to People v. Vanderpoye. No, they don't actually make cites no authority showing otherwise. Miller, failure to make cogent arguments supported by citation to authority waives issue. Yeah, let's see. We have to wait to the reply for that one. The doctrine of completeness does not mean that once the state presents one full statement by a defendant, the defendant is entitled to put in any other statement he made at different times. Hawkins v. State, ruling defendant's Rule 106 argument that because the state had presented some entire jail phone calls made by the defendant, she was entitled to present other jail phone calls she had made. Holding state's presentation of one police interview did not entitle the defendant to present another statement he made to police. Evidence Rule 106 is limited by fairness and where distinct conversation are involved. Fairness does not require that the trial court allows admission of otherwise inadmissible hearsay. And again, regardless, any error was harmless, as explained in section B below. They always punt it forward here. Dr. Gracian's testimony that Allen's confessions were false. Dr. Gracian testified to the effects of solitary confinement, the symptoms of delirium, and that he saw Allen exhibit symptoms consistent with delirium and false memories. The trial court sustained the state's objection to Dr. Gracian's testimony that Allen's confessions were false. The trial court ruled the witness could not testify to whether Allen's statements were consistent with the facts of the case because the witness did not know the facts. He doesn't have to. He's an expert. He's there to testify about false memory and false confessions. And it was for the jury to decide if Allen's confessions were false. Yeah, but he's an expert in false confessions. That helps the jury come to any conclusion. If the state had multiple witnesses claiming his confessions were true, then defense has an absolute right to contest that with an expert witness. Case law is cited before, page 99 to 100. I'll have to check for that at another time. I have so many tabs open, I have to close down a few of them. Hold on. Oh, okay. Now we'll close down a few. The trial court, it was for the jury. None of these three base Allen arguments for admission were offered below. So we have wiped these arguments. Appellant's brief 100 to 101. Were offered below. None of the three bases argues for admission were offered below, so you have waived those arguments. See Washington. The only basis offered below that Dr. Gresham knew the facts because he had, quote, reviewed all kinds of stuff. Trial 10, page 147. No, 20, sorry, not 10. 20, 147. Direct examination of Dr. Stuart Gracian. Miss Diener, let's see here. The court, it's troubling that you don't know what your own witness is going to say, Miss Rossi. Well, I do think I know what he's going to say. Okay, and he's going to say he heard Mr. Allen say things that was clearly not consistent with the facts in the case. Miss Diener, he doesn't know the facts of the case. The court, no. Mr. Rossi, yes, he does. He reviewed all kinds of stuff. Miss Diener, he didn't include any police report in that list of things he said read. Mr. Rossi, inaudible. The court, okay, well, he can't say. It's okay, I'm listening. No, I mean, he can't testify. He can testify to the effects of solitary confinement or the psychiatric thought process and the facts it's not healthy, but just staying away from him testifying about what Mr. Allen said, if it's a confession or not, that's for a jury to determine. I understand. So he can educate the jury about the effects of solitary confinement in general terms. So here, Judge Gold limits Dr. Gracian. Even if Ms. Diener, even if he knows what the charges are, he can't say that he made a statement inconsistent with the facts of the case. The court, no, he cannot say that. Mr. Rossi, I don't understand how he can testify to something that we all know is patently false. Ms. Diener, no, we don't all know that. That's for the jury to decide, from both the courts and Mr. Diener. Mr. Rossi, well, the fact that the girls weren't shot is patently false. Right. The court, well, yes. So I don't know how you're going to pass those things out. I'm trying to get this right. I'll tell you what. I'll get to the scientific stuff. Yes, get to the science. All right. But and he earlier testified to, if you go to page 145, where he testifies to, I can't say I remember it in detail, but I understand that Mr. Allen had made some potentially or seemingly incriminating statement while he was in solitary confinement, and there was a question of whether his conditions of confinement, his mental state, may have had an important impact on the statement he was making. Blah, blah, blah. And then he refers to Dr. Westcott's inner report, medical records, and other records from the jail that he was in, videos of. Of course, the transcripts of interviews of correction officers, not just correction officers, also inmates who have been companions and heard him make statements. Yeah, so he's already going into this. So this is at sidebar. But that means that this must have been before. So there are actually appellant's brief. They are, look at it, appellant's brief 146, 48, and 146. So pages 146 to 148. Let's see here. But in the voir dire, it talks extensively about testifying in courtrooms like this, the psychiatric effects of a person being in solitary confinement, bad acts, crazy acts, and important to understand the mental state the person was in at the time of the act. In my testimony regarding solitary confinement, it's basically always about the psychiatric effect of solitary confinement. Yada, yada, yada. CV. Yeah. So they are excluding what it says in voir dire and initially, but I don't see what the only this part here is quote reviewed all kinds of stuff. Let's see where I can find the actual quote here. This is during a sidebar. At the direct question from Mr. Diener, he doesn't know the facts of the case. The court, no. Mr. Rossi says, yes, he does. He reviewed all kinds of stuff. He didn't include any police reports in that list of things that he said read. And then's an inaudible. So this is a comment made in passing. Okay, let's see here. The footnote. If Allen wished to elicit anything more from Dr. Gracian than his opinion that Allen made false confessions, he failed to make an offer of proof regarding any such additional testimony and has waived the claim. He was trying to get into it, and he was denied by the court, saying, no, I mean, he can't testify. He can testify to the effects of solitary confinement or the psychiatric thought process, and the fact is, it's not healthy. But you're staying away from him testifying about what Mr. Allen said. If it's a confession or not, that's for a jury to determine. So he was actively prohibited. Actively prohibited by Judge Gull to get into it. But this would be an insufficient foundation for an opinion. He was not allowed to walk down that path at all by Judge Gull. Further evidence rule 704b provides that witnesses may not testify to opinions concerning intent, guilt, or innocence in a criminal case, the truth or falsity of allegations, whether a witness has testified truthfully, or legal conclusions. Allen sought to present testimony from Dr. Gracian that Allen's statement in his confessions were false, which was impermissible under the rule. He was not offered that as truth of the matter asserted. As an expert, he can rely on hearsay. He can testify to what made this a false confession by using the words of the confession itself, which the state already admitted into evidence, that he actually can opine on as an expert witness, in my opinion. And it says here, experts may testify generally about false confessions, but may not testify as to the truth or falsity of the defendant's confession. But he wasn't allowed to talk about it at all. At all. That's the problem here. Dr. Coercion testified that Allen's behavior and statements were consistent with delirium, so he was not denied an opportunity to present this evidence. Allen's combination of the 3 alleged errors, all of which centered on the admission of his own statements, to claim a systemic violation of due process is unpersuasive. Allen fully and completely described the environmental, physical, and mental health conditions leading up to his confessions, as well as expert testimony on both the effects of Allen's confinement and his mental health. But neither Allen nor the state could present opinion evidence that Allen's confessions were true or false. That is not an unconstitutional infringement on the right to present a defense. Oh, fuck you. And as discussed in section B below, any error was also harmless. They are resting their entire reply brief on everything is harmless. Every piece of garbage the judge let in or excluded, it's harmless. Perlmuller's testimony that the murders were ritualistic. Yeah, this is insane. The trial court properly excluded Perlmuller's testimony opining that this was a ritual killing. Proffered in support of Allen's theory that this was a ritual killing committed by Odinists. Expert opinion testimony is admissible only when it will help the trier of fact. In Evidence Rule 702, 702 is restricted by Evidence Rule 403, which permits the exclusion of evidence that will confuse the issues or mislead the jury. Third-party motive evidence must establish more than a speculative connection to the crime to be admissible. 2 confessions. 2. One person said, if my DNA is found on the victims and I can explain it, am I still in trouble? Regarding he spat on the girls. The fact that Ron Logan had an almost identical image, a drawing of the girls, the F3, and she was excluded to all of it. This is not speculative. This is what actually was found at the crime scene. This is what actually could have been testified to. Admissions. Unknown DNA on the girls. Perlmuller submitted opinion that it was a ritual killing, an opinion she reached before seeing any evidence in the case. I don't think that's correct. Was too speculative to be admissible as third-party motive evidence. It was a motive in search of a suspect, as discussed subsection 7 below. No evidence connected any Odinist to the murders or placed them at the crime scene. This is patently false. Patently false. Evidence theorizing an alternative motive for crimes that was unmoored from any identified third-party suspect connected to the crime was properly excluded. It was a speculative motive. There's no history of ritual human sacrifice in Odinism. My ancestors 1,000 years ago did have human sacrifice. No, those was volunteers. So this sentence here, patently false. Patently false. And when it comes to the diaper Nazi organizations in the United States who uses my ancestors' religion, there are examples of extreme violence. There are examples of a person being caught as they were going at a place to kill somebody in the name of Odin. This is patently false. It is infuriatingly false. And this is there. Perlmutter is not an expert on Odinism. She wasn't offered as an expert on Odinism, you fuck twat. She is probably the leading expert on ritualistic killings in the United States. And this is what they claim. Oh, yeah, you're not an expert on Odinism. Doesn't matter. And according to an Odinist, who? The sacrifice of children would be contrary to the principles of the religion. Who? According to an Odinist, the sacrifice of children would be contrary to the principles of the religion. Trial number 6. Trial volume number 6. Page 142. Amber Holder. Okay, so this is from the direct examination of Amber Holder. This is pre-trial. This is pre-trial. So an Odinist said by an Odinist. So they are using Amber as a fact witness in the appeals, in the reply brief. Amber Holder, who is the same, they claim her as a credible source, her who also says that Brad Holder confessed to her. Now that's interesting. And she also said, sacrificed animals, yes. Hunting for deer and stuff. Hunting is kind of like a sacrifice. And 250. All right, you said that you're the religion you practice, the old Nordic gods. Is that the religion that's very protective over children, and no one in that religion would hurt children? Is that an accurate statement? Yes. So this is what they rely on. This is so stupid. They are offering Amber Holder's testimony as fact. Now, were my ancestors protective of children? Yes. Their own children. Did they when they went out raiding, did they care about others outside of the clan? No. They took slaves. Women, children as slaves. So, no, this is in the sacrifice of children would be contrary to the principles of the religion. Even Perlmutter acknowledged that, apart from this case, she has knowledge of only one other Odinist ritual killing, and that case remained an open investigation with no confirmation of a perpetrator or motive. So they haven't in that one other case, they actually haven't found the perpetrator. That's it. It's still an Odinist ritual killing, even though they haven't caught who actually did it, which makes this false. There's no history of ritual human sacrifice in Odinism. Is directly contradicted here. And they try to claim it, which means she actually could not identify any other example of an Odinist ritual killing. That's not what she says. And it was motive based on inaccuracies with respect to the alleged symbolism at the crime scene. There was no F in blood on the tree. There was a misapprehension caused by a reddish tint in the tree bark. Reddish tint? When a chemical was applied that turned the blood white. Really? I thought you said it was a reddish tint. And then turned the blood white. It was apparent there was no second horizontal line necessary to form an F. The blood formed only an upside down L. That, to my knowledge, I've been through the evidence. I don't find a picture of before and after a chemical was applied. Nowhere. Nowhere. So where does this come from? Let's see it. Trial 741 to 42. Oh, fuck, this is going to be a long one. 741 to 42. Let's see. Exhibit 33. This would be, again, the tree, a more closer shot of the tree. It's blood stains, I believe, on the more northern part of the tree, more of the same. Next, 35, that's the tree again with the scale. Sorry, this is 34. It's a picture of the tree with the scale. It's scaling out the blood stain, specifically the blood stain in the center, which I had described as an upside-down L shape. Did you see references in the examination? In reviewing reports of a tree noted with the letter F? I did. See any reference to that in the materials you reviewed? Yes, sir. It appears like an upside L to me. Photograph of the F upside down L without the scale, but this time it's the discoloration of the stain was due to an additive or a chemical region called crystal violet. Have you used that chemical yourself? Yes. And what is the purpose of that chemical? It's to enhance the visualization of blood stains. The actual chemical will basically pigment or change the color for more easy viewing. And is it your understanding that the crime scene officer returned in the daylight a following day, and applied those chemicals to the tree and took the photographs at that time? Okay, so they did do it, but in the daylight a following day? You know what happens when blood hits a biological surface? It disintegrates. Only where there was enough blood one of the following days. Yeah, so how do you write an F? You can either go down and then boom, boom. Or you go boom, boom, and then. So the last part the one that dissipates first is the cross section. So crime scene officers return in the daylight the following day. So, but, and it also says, I can understand why individuals would say that this looks like an F. What's missing to making an F would be the lower horizontal bar to making an F. It's not there. That's why I called it an upside down L. Let's see. Hold on. Well, I try to. Now you tell me. According to this testimony, you see upwards here, see dot here, dot here, dot over here, smudge down here. What do you see? You tell me. But do you actually see an upside down L? No. No. And neither Perlmutter nor Allen have ever contended that an upside down L is a rune or Odinist symbol. Let's see here if I can find it easily. Let's use this one. Now, there are different ways. Now, this Elder Futhark. This is F in Elder Futhark. But you also have A that is more resembling. The reason they call it an F is because that is what it kind of looks like. But if you compare it to this one, all of a sudden, you have an upside down L, don't you? Don't you? And now look at this. Neither Perlmutter nor Allen has ever contended that an upside-down L is a rune or Odinist symbol. So, yeah, sure. Because this doesn't exist at all. Now, let's go back to this. Okay, we have this, we have this, we have a smudge, we have a smudge. See if we can find anything that resembles. And this is why they are talking about when something becomes a bind rune is when you put two runes together. So what happens, for example, if you take the Lagush and Naujiz, put those together. What do you get? You get up, up, smudge, smudge. And the girls were found by water. And the Naujiz is hardship. And as many can tell you who are more knowledgeable than me about this, yeah, the bind runes are a combination. Okay, the blood patterns of the bodies and on the ground were inconsistent with the bodies having been hung upside down. Nobody claimed they were hung upside down. Not one. They were never claimed to be hung upside down. The blood flowing upwards can mean that somebody was carried with their head hanging down. That is what it might have been. Not that they were hung upside down. That is, again, a straw man. Nobody actually says that. The sticks on the bodies were fundamentally ambiguous. Professor Turco, you remember the professor that Holman said he couldn't remember the name of, who Holman said, this professor said it was not Odinists. And here, and they say, found it equally plausible that they were not attempted runes at all. Equally. That also means it could have been equal to it. It could not have been. He could not determine. That's not speculation. That's a 50-50. That makes it admissible. That makes Professor, this alone here, equally plausible, makes Professor Perlmutter's testimony not speculative. And could offer only conjecture as to their meaning if it was assumed arguendo that they were intended to be runes as the arrangement of the six did not in any obvious way spell a word. I don't know who Professor Turco is, but how my ancestors used runes is not like we use letters today. You can read it if it's meant to be read. if it's supposed to be a symbol, it only has meaning to the one writing it. As seen in the crime scene photographs, the sticks were much less suggestive of runes than in the police sketch he was initially shown. With respect to the sticks on Libby, even Perlmutter could say only that she believed they had a specific meaning to the offender. She could not identify any rune or symbol they purportedly formed. The FBI's behavioral analysis unit was unable to verify or found support for the theory this was an Odinist killing, determining that neither the blood on the tree nor the sticks on the bodies clearly depict, capture, or present known aspects of Odinism or its symbology. I think Dr. Perlmutter went through this. How they applied the wrong terminology. Nick, did you see the interview with Sludegusi and Josh? Someone, he's an expert. I think he's in Norway. Yeah, I saw that. Excellent interview. Particularly in the absence of any evidence placing any Odinist at the crime scene or directly connecting one to the crime, the trial court acted well within its discretion, declining to admit evidence of a speculative alternative motive that could have confused the issues. Now, this goes to, oh, they had alibis. No, they actually didn't. Once you pick it apart, neither Brad or Patrick had an alibi. Brad Holder, well, he clocked out at this time. Yeah, but isn't that weird? Because his shift ended an hour before he clocked out. So why did he clock out an hour after his shift ended? Why didn't the investigators watch the video? Who actually used his time card to clock out? It was a wall of time cards. He could easily have called, hey, I forgot to clock out. Can you clock out for me? That's not a viable alibi. Patrick said I was home with my kid. And they took his word for it. They never actually checked it. That's not an alibi. You had Ron Logan, who lied about where he was. You have Keegan Klein, who with his persona put a meeting with the girls there at the time on the bridge that day. Abby told Logan Holder that she was going to be on the bridge that day, which is a direct connection to Brad Holder. He could have known. He could have known. Yeah. The whole alibi thing for Holder assumes the accuracy of the state's timeline. Yeah. It might not have mattered when he clocked out. Because if, say the girls went there and then the phone stopped moving, only means they sat down or were still. There are plenty of places in that surrounding, in that area, where you can sit down and do something. Plenty. Yeah, classical overthinker. Don't forget, Holder's mother-in-law said Rick didn't drive himself to work that day. His brother-in-law took him. Brother-in-law is now deceased. So how did he get himself out of there? Unless with another person like Patrick Westphal. They never checked their phones. Neither Patrick's or Brad's. Yeah, so the entire alibi thing. No. Confused the issue, turning the trial into a sideshow debate over disputed claims of Odinic symbology and distracted the jury from the issue before it, namely whether the evidence proved Alan committed these murders. That is especially true because motive was not a basis through which the state purported identify Alan as the perpetrator. And then let's see here. Contrary to Alan's representation, Appellant's brief, page 104, Perlmutter testified that the sticks on Abby, not the sticks on Libby, were the bind rune, which he theorized combined a Jibo rune and an Isa rune based on a Facebook posting and picture by Brad Holder. Perlmutter's ritual killing opinion was inextricably intertwined with her assessment of things depicted on Holder's social media. But as shown below, Holder was definitely cleared as a suspect. Yeah, sure. You rely on Amber Holder regarding ritual killings and protectiveness of children. But she is the one that says Brad confessed to her. So what's it going to be? Is she credible or not? And Holder definitely clear as suspected is absolute bullshit. Because motive was not a significant factor in the proof of guilt, the probative value of evidence of an alternative motive was correspondingly low and easily outweighed by the dangers of confusion the issue and misleading the jury. See Holmes, requiring profit third-party evidence to survive evidence rule 403 balancing analysis does not violate the constitutional right to present a defense. And again, harmless error. Jesus Christ, it's getting late here. We are at page 80. Yeah, let's continue. Evidence of two third-party suspects. The trial court properly excluded Alan's proffered alternate suspect evidence pertaining to Brad Holder and Patrick Westphal. Alan was permitted to present evidence challenging the quality of the police investigation and the long-term suspicion that more than one individual had been involved in the crime, which was the state's case even after Alan was arrested. But the court excluded his specific third-party suspect evidence because Alan failed to establish any nexus between those individuals and the crimes. Two confessions. You are already using Amber as a fact witness in this brief. And she is the one who said Brad Holder confessed. Unknown DNA on the girls. You have a person saying he spat on the girls. Keegan Klein. I mean, there is so many different things. Now, the defense focused in on Brad and Patrick because of their confessions. Understandably. To be admissible, evidence must be relevant. It must tend to make a fact of consequence more or less probable than it would otherwise be. Let's see. Below, Alan asserted that several other individuals acted in concert with Holder and Westphal to commit a ritual killing. He never claimed below that Holder and Westphal had acted alone. On appeal, he has abandoned any claim that evidence pertaining to those other individuals should have been admitted. By restrictions of the number of pages. The evidence against Holder and Westphal are better than the others. Evidence which tends to show that someone else committed a crime logically makes it less probable that the defendant committed a crime and thus meets the definition of relevance in Rule 401. Relevant evidence may be excluded if its probative value is outweighed by unfair prejudice, confusion of issues, or the potential to mislead the jury, or by its failure to satisfy any other evidence rule. Third-party suspect evidence is excludable under Rule 403 unless the defendant shows some connection between the third party and the crime. Some connection. That's how low the bar is. Some connection. We know the connection. Abby called Logan to tell him where she would be. Ron Logan is his dad. Ron Logan is his dad. Ron Logan's images on his Facebook page showing, let's see here. Let's see if I can find it. No, oh, Brad Holder. Sorry, Brad. See if I can find it. Not that one. Okay, no, damn it. Yeah, I can't find it at the moment, but if you're here, you probably heard of it. Yeah. So you have the connection between Abby and Brad Holder. You have that Logan knew where Abby was going to be. That's a connection to Brad Holder. You have the fact that I actually say that his Brad Holder's, that the fact that he clocked out his time card was clocked out an hour after his shift ended speaks towards he wasn't at work at the time he claimed he was. And again, the standard is some connection between the third party and the crime. Speculative and invisible hearsay? No, some connection. Tips: we state evidence that fails to establish any direct material connection between the third party and the murder properly excluded. Abby, Logan, Ron. Ron Logan's image of two girls in the woods with sticks over them. Ron Logan's drawings that mimics the crime scene. That's beyond some connection. The police investigated Holder and Westfall and never found any evidence connecting them or any other alleged Overday's conspirator to the murders or placing them at the High Bridge Trail that afternoon. Investigated. Yeah, sure. And then you have the little tiny fact with, in his initial interview, which accidentally got erased. In the summary, he said he never met any of the girls. Follow-up interview many years later. Yeah, he saw Abby once. And then that changed too into, yeah, I saw her at Patrick's place where she was teaming up with Logan. That is somebody changing their story. Proffered evidence, an amountly larger to evidence that they were adherents of Odinism, and the sticks placed on the girls' bodies was purportedly in configuration similar to runes on Holder's social media. Appellant's brief 108 falls far short of creating a non-speculative connection to the crime. No. Some connection is all that's needed. Holder had a confirmed alibi. False. That made it impossible for him to have kidnapped or murdered the girls shortly after 2 p.m. on February 13th. When he was interviewed by police on February 17th, 2017, Holder said he was at work on February 13th and then went to a gym in Logansport where he lived. Holder worked at the landfill in Buffalo. His work confirmed that he was at work on February 13th from 4:55 a.m. to 2:45 p.m. False. They only said he clocked out at 2:45 p.m. And here his gym record showed that he checked in there at 4:08 p.m. on February 13th. Now, his shift, 4:55 a.m., he clocks in order to clock out at 2. The operations clerk for the landfill, the only person who could make the changes to the electronic time records, confirmed that she had not changed Holder's record, and she confirmed that it would not be possible for him to be absent while his time card showed he was present. False. False. It is clear by evidence that these time cards could be accessed by anybody. Anybody. Which she told the investigators and offered them to look at the video to confirm if it was Brad who clocked out. And they declined. Why? Because they didn't want to. Only a small number of people worked each shift. This was after his shift ended. Then now, 45 minutes to an hour after his shift ended, a new set of people were there. The next shift was there. 2 different shifts. And it would be immediately noticed if someone was absent or left early or if a stranger was there. The equipment ran continuously, and if one person ceased working, it would affect the entire operation. Yeah, but the next shift already started. Next shift already started. Specialized training was needed to operate the equipment, further precluding the possibility that Holder could have sent someone to take his place at work that day. He only needed to leave as the next person came in. Did they check the time card of the person who was taking over? No. Here's an idea. Now, those time cards are long gone, I assume. But they should have identified, well, who took over this person? When did that person clock in? Oh, he clocked in at 1:30 p.m. Speculatively. That is how you investigate an alibi. These fuckers who can't tell the difference between their asshole and their mouth cavity. No. Because Holder could not have committed the crimes, no evidence about his odinism or his social media could have any tendency to decrease the probability that Allen committed the crimes. Assuming the state's timeline is correct, assuming his alibi actually holds, and it doesn't. Without Holder, the theorized connection to Westfall necessarily fails. So how did he get home from work? If he was driven there by his brother-in-law, how did he get back? If not with a ride. And who had a ride? Patrick Westfall. Westfall's alibi that he was with his son that afternoon was corroborated by his son. Oh, what the fuck else would that kid say? Because it's unknown in the history of crimes that somebody's provided a false alibi. That is why alibis provided by family members are generally regarded as not credible. Holder's ex-wife statements that Holder said Westfall murdered Abby or was involved in the murders. Statements Holder denied making were inadmissible hearsay. You trusted her with the other thing. Apart from that, Allen points to nothing other than the fact that Westfall was an Odinist. I'm quite sure they point to much, much more than that. Much, much more. Surveying case law to conclude that weak motive evidence without more does not support admitting third-party suspect evidence. You still have unknown DNA on the bodies. You still have the connection between Abby and Brad Holder through his son, who she was dating at the time. You have the fact that he lied in the first interview and then changed his story in the consequent interviews. You have the fact that his alibi was actually never proffered. His alibi, they don't know. They only have his word for it. That's not an alibi. Apparently, his kid now says he can't remember. Yes, Derek, it was Holder's son who was boyfriend to Abby. The speculative theorizing lacking any admissible evidence directly connecting either man to the crimes does not rise to the level of admissible third-party evidence. Again, let's go up to where was it? Here's the quote from the actual rule of 403. Some connection between the third party and the crime. This would have gone to the weight of the evidence, not the admissibility of the evidence. Here they are taking a 180 turn from prior things, where they say, no, Pearl murder can't testify. No, This guy can't testify because it will be confusing. But here it is in plain language. Excludable under Rule 403 unless the defendant shows, quote, some connection. And they are using evidence about victims' connection to money laundering bank in Florida, and here's his statements about limousine with Florida license plate seen in the area, properly excluded as too speculatively. Yeah. She still told Logan Holder where she was going to be. Some evidence. Victims' threats to third parties, properly at third-party motive evidence, properly excluded. Okay. Cook v. State. Victims' prior work as confidential informant, profited as evidence of third-party motive, properly excluded as mere speculation. This is interesting because I honestly believe that one of the reasons why Brad Holder was actually excluded is because he was an informant on the local Odinists. That is one of my theories. Evidence about victims' drug dealer Sam, properly excluded in the absence of evidence connecting Sam to the murder. The McGahey v. State. Yeah, here's the thing, that this Sam was never... they couldn't show evidence that Sam actually existed. CF Joyner, when forensic evidence connected third party to scene and excluded defendant, it was error to exclude evidence that third party worked with and was having an affair with victim, was with victim of night of murder, was late to work next day, and falsified time code to hide tardiness. Okay, so let's talk about this. Forensic evidence connected third party to scene. Unknown male DNA on victims. Error to exclude evidence that third party worked with and was having an affair with the victim, was with victim of night of murder, was late to work next day. Connection here is Brad Holder's alibi does not hold up, and they only need some, as in unknown male DNA on the victims. Seminal fluid. Forensic evidence connected third party to scene and excluded defendant. The unknown male DNA was compared, and it was not tested to exclude Rick Allen, which puts a third party on the fucking scene. And again, harmless error. And here we go. Harmless error. Any of these alleged errors, individually or collectively, is harmless given the powerful independent evidence of guilt. The timeline, which we have gone through that so many times, makes it impossible for the van to be there at the time the state claims. Eyewitness evidence, none of the eyewitnesses points to Rick Allen. None of the description of Bridge Guy points to Rick Allen. Initial statements to police that he might have mistaken what time he was actually there. That puts him at the scene with dozens of others. Literal dozens of others. It was well trafficked that day. Allen immediately parked near the Freedom Bridge entrance. No, he didn't. They can walk in the trailer at 1:30 p.m., which was corroborated by surveillance video. We went through all of that. He was admitted he was wearing a dark Carhartt jacket. Here they change it again. Bridge guy was wearing a blue jacket. Here they change it because there is evidence that Rick Allen did not own a blue Carhartt jacket at the time. Actual evidence. So now they changed it to dark. And he didn't admit to wearing it. He speculated about what he might have been wearing that day. That's not admitting to anything. That is the cops and the state putting words in his mouth he never said. Hood, blue jeans, either tennis shoes or work boots, and had a hat with him. No! Hat? He said if he had something, it would have been a normal, like, it could have been a skull cap, could have been anything. Okay. Yeah. I mean, it could have been anything, but he never said actual hat. Never. Probably wearing a black off-market jacket, not Carhartt. Yeah. Which Matt's... So, no. With Hood. But I mean, all of these are maybes because he didn't remember what he wore. Which is also, this is why you don't speak to cops. This is why you say, I'm waiting for my attorney. I will not answer any questions. Because they will take anything you say and use it against you. And if you don't say the things they want to say, they invent what you said and present it. Allen identified himself as the man who walked past the Wilbur Voorhees group. No, never. Group of 3 girls. The group of Wilbur Voorhees was 4. And again, they said the guy was taller than them. Provably, Rick Allen is not taller than the tallest girl in that group. Yeah, Wilbur and Voorhees both immediately recognized the picture of Bridge guy as the man who had walked past them. But it's different group of girls. They walked out to the first platform and stayed there for a few minutes. And then Blair entered the trail at the mayor's entrance. She saw a man on the platform. Yeah, remember who that was. Remember the youngish boy with poofy hair? This is who she saw. This is the guy she saw. But here they are using that she saw a man. But it's clearly not the same guy. But it's harmless error that she described a completely different person. Because they never asked if Rick Allen was the guy she saw on the bridge that day. As she walked back towards the entrance, Blair passed. Blah, blah, blah. The man Blair, Wilbur, and Voorhees saw, the man Allen had effectively identified himself as being false. This is such a circular argument. Yes, we know he looks nothing like what they described. But we claim he identified himself as bridge guy, so it doesn't matter if he does not resemble one bit with who they saw. It's such a clusterfuck here. If you jump again, I'm going to fucking nail your ears to the wall. hold on. Do I have? No, I don't have anything else here. I'm not going to nail his ears to the wall. So no, Allen did not effectively identify himself. That's false. As was following Abby and Libby across the high bridge and all them down the hill. And then blah, blah, blah. Then with the car bar guy who also looks not, I mean, it's so stupid. Fresh blood spatter. You can't see fresh blood spatter on mud while you're driving past the guy in 30 miles an hour. And again, his description of his clothes does not match. He never said he had a hat. Never. He never said he made this is what I might have worn. Might have. And the car bar, she changed her testimony to fit what the cops wanted her to say over, or was it 6 or 7 interviews over the years. Because she never saw shit. Never. What? How do I say this? Again, 4 p.m. on a well-trafficked road on a nice day at 4 p.m. when people were going back from work. And nobody else saw a guy walking at the side of the road in muddy and bloody clothes. Yeah, bullshit. And they're placing him on the trail and on high road at the right time to be seen by Blair. No, no. Blair doesn't describe Rick Allen. Wilbur Voorhees group does not describe Rick Allen. They only describe, yeah, that's what we think is Bridge Guy. And here's the thing: the absence of anyone else on the trail who could have been Allen or Bridge Guy. That's not entirely true. They were only asked about Bridge Guy. Did you see anyone else that could have been Bridge Guy? And they might have said, no, we didn't see anybody who looked like Bridge Guy. Did you see any other guy? Was that question ever asked? Speculatively, if that question had been asked, okay, tell us about all the men you saw on that trail. Speculatively, yeah, we saw a short, fat guy walking from the bridge. But they were never asked. They were only asked about, did you see anybody looking like Bridge Guy? Tight timeline, blah, blah, blah. The only reasonable conclusion to be drawn was that Allen was Bridge Guy. Here's the thing with when they claim all of this as harmless error, is that all the harmless errors must be true. For if they exclude one harmless error, the rest falls. And the most notable is nobody saw Rick Allen at the time Abby and Libby was there. They described a completely different person. And what should have been concluded was he couldn't have been there between 1 and 3 p.m. He must have been there earlier. Other evidence corroborated this conclusion. The 40 caliber cartridge was forensically matched as being cycled through Allen's 40 caliber handgun. No, that is complete and utter bullshit. There is no way you can only compare a cycled cartridge with a cycled cartridge. The moment you go above that, well, why didn't they check the other guns the same way? Why? Because they know it is bullshit. Melissa Åberg was paid to get to a conclusion. And she happily received it and happily stood on the stand and lied. Happily, because she was paid to lie. So she lied. Cartridge had been in his gun, could have ended up at the murder scene. Here comes the false confession, or the alleged confession. Rick Allen said he cocked the gun, or racked the gun, at the bridge, not at the crime scene. How did that racked cartridge who fell out on the bridge, how did that get to the crime scene then? No, doesn't hold up. No, Mr. Jingles. And this ISP trooper who opined that it was Rick Allen's voice heard on the video saying down the hill falls on his face. Because remember, folks, remember here, between 2017 and 2022, the voice was out there, the image was out there, over 10,000 tips about who it sounded like, how it looked like. Not a single one. Not a single one by the locals. This sounds like the guy down at CVS. Not a single one said, this looks like the guy down at CVS. Rick Allen, who had lived there for years, walked around in the community, worked at a public place where everybody went once in a while, the CVS. Not a single one. But this shit cunt trooper, who should never have been allowed to opine about it. No. And the cell phone thing, so fucking what? Doesn't mean jack shit. And at the time, as he met back in 2017, when he met with this trooper, or this investigator, he showed that trooper his phone. Consciousness of guilt by lying to police, 1:30 to 3:30, and then changed to 12 to 1:30. Well, you know how to make a determination here? Did any eyewitness describe Rick Allen between 1:30 p.m. and 4 p.m.? Not a single one described Rick Allen. And then we have the confessions. We went through this. Explained that he was frightened by a van driving past. Corroborated by Weber's testimony that he arrived from work in his van shortly after the time the girls were forced down the hill. Huh? Shortly after the time the girls were forced down the hill. That puts him there at 2:15 p.m. He clocked out at the plant at 2:02 p.m. That's not a 13-minute drive. That's a 30-minute drive. Evidence to that. His phone connected to his home roughly 2:50. He was seen driving towards his home at 2:45, 2:47 or something. Now, if the state claims, again, according to their own timeline, that Brad Weber was there at the scene at 2:15 p.m. and he did not get home until 2:47. His car wasn't seen until 2:47. What was he doing for 25 minutes at the scene of the crime? Moreover, as been referenced throughout, Allen subjected the state's case to adversarial testing by presenting evidence of inconsistencies between eyewitnesses. Inconsistencies between eyewitness description of Bridguy and Allen's appearance, and between eyewitness description of the car parked at the CPS building and Allen's focus. How were he allowed to? That's the thing here. What wasn't he allowed to present to the jury? He wasn't allowed to present the sketch. He wasn't allowed to present pictures of the cars that were described. He wasn't allowed to present the sketch of the 1965 Mercury comet. Expert testimony challenging the validity of the ballistics match. Yeah, but not the metallurgy. That wasn't allowed. DOC policy. Yeah, but he was allowed the DOC policy, but he wasn't allowed to present what the basis of the new DOC policy was, which was a case where they had to settle and change policy to a maximum of 30 days in solitary confinement. And that case, that person, his treatment was lighter than Rick Allen's. That was the important part. And LG's phone data showed a headphone connection in the audio output during the evening of the 13th was not explained by the state's theory of the crimes. Yeah, but here's the thing. You had an officer Google an alternative version, which is not allowed. You can't just go out and Google and then claim you found a forum. You just can't. Because then this so-called expert is not relying on his own experience. Now he's relying on some unknown person on an unknown forum somewhere. That person should have been the witness. But Judge Cole allowed that in. A critical evidence. Headphones was inserted and exerted long after the state claimed the girls were killed. And the headphone jacket was inserted seconds after a phone call came into the phone. And at that time, when the headphone thing happened, Rick Allen was already provably at home. He could not have done anything to that phone. That puts somebody else at the scene. And that somebody else who now definitely doesn't have an alibi is Brad Holder. He had the weak as fuck alibi when he clocked out, weak as fuck alibi at the gym. He does not have an alibi. when something was manipulated on the phone. If those attacks fail to cause even one jury to have reasonable doubt, then this court can be confident that none of the comparably insignificant pieces of excluded evidence complained about here would have made any difference to the verdict either. Here's the thing. You claim everything is harmless error. Every single thing is harmless error. If one falls, like the Google, if that had been properly excluded, it would have been uncontested that somebody was with Abby and Libby at the time that when Rick Allen could not possibly have been there. Third-party culprit. The standard is some connection. Abby told Logan, I'm going to be at the bridge. Do you want to join us? He said he couldn't because he was at school. And nothing was checked if he connected with Brad, his dad. That is some connection. The unknown male DNA on the girls. Some connection to third-party culture. That's enough. Some connection. That's the standard. The admission of the Google search was at most harmless. No. Defense witness says the Eldridge opined that between 5:45 p.m. and 10:32 p.m., expert witness Stacey Eldridge, LG's cell phone registered a code in the Knowledge C database of an audio output start, which indicated that headphones or a cable was plugged into the phone. She opined that this event required human interaction, which Allen offered to suggest that somebody else committed the murders because Carbot saw him leave the scene at 4 p.m. by the state's own timeline. And then there was water and debris on the phone when it was found. To Ellis' knowledge, water would not affect the plug-in data. The state's two cell phone experts, Christopher Cecil and Brian Bunner, testified they did not know what audio output start meant. Good. Off you fuck with any rebuttal. On cross-examination, the state asked Cecil if he had done a Google search to determine if water damage could cause the audio output code. Allen unsuccessfully objected on hearsay grounds. This here is unforced error, in my opinion. This here is so outrageously clear that this should never have been testified to. Cecil testified that he found through that search that water damage or dirt within the headphone plug-in could cause the phone to register an audio output. Cecil acknowledged that it does not normally do Google research, and that information on the internet can be wrong. That's not expert testimony. That's pure speculation. That's hearsay. That's not admissible. That testimony should have been proffered at the sidebar and then excluded in its entirety. This information was proffered as an alternate theory of the cause of the audio output code, but neither of the theories made it more or less probable that Allen committed the murder. This is so stupid. They claim that this absolute speculation didn't make it less probable. That a human being was at the scene manipulating the phone. Remember, the phone was found under Libby's foot. Somebody had to have the phone, plug in headphones, and then at 10 p.m. pull it out and put it under Libby's foot. That somebody cannot have been Rick Allen. Not even by the state's theory. Yeah, and Michael said, well, water literally cannot make knowledge show headphones in out on an Apple device. Yeah. And here's the thing. If it was water and debris and everything inside the headphones, here's the thing with the phone. The indicator for water damage was not indicated. If water caused that, the indicator would have shown water damage, and it didn't. As argued above, Alan's identity was proven through eyewitness testimony. No, it wasn't. Now you're contradicting yourself here. You're claiming both that it's Alan himself who identified it. And now you're claiming it was proven through eyewitness testimony. Yeah, but they didn't describe Alan. So that's false. Alan's statement to police, the cartridge The health app data showed the phone did not move after 2:32 p.m. It didn't move enough to register. That's the difference. Defeating any suggestion that the phone was returned to the crime scene after 10:30 p.m., which in any event would not preclude Alan being the perpetrator. Somebody else was there. You have somebody manipulating the phone. You have unknown male DNA at the scene. That points to somebody else than Rick Allen at the scene of the crime as the crime was committed. Because remember, folks, the unknown male DNA was on the girl's private parts. And on the girl's private parts, when it comes to Abby, it was under the clothes. After she was dressed or redressed. And that is some third-party culprit defense, which Rick Allen was denied. And any suggestion that another person was present at the murder scene at 5:45 p.m. and 10:32 p.m. during the height of the search of the girl, unplugging headphones from the phone was implausible. Hey. At trial, if I remember correctly, everybody suddenly claimed they did not search there. Now, if they were close and somebody suddenly heard, they're recognizable, it starts to vibrate. Boom. In with headphones. Was that because I can't be heard or seen here? Implausible? Perfectly possible. This evidence had no bearing on the verdict and was harmless error. This is so stupid. I can't wait for the reply to this. The trial court properly denied Allen's motion to correct error. The trial court properly denied Allen's motion to correct error because the state did not knowingly present false testimony through Weber in violation of NAPU versus Illinois. Really? Brad Weber in 2017 claimed to law enforcement he was nowhere close to the scene. He claimed he was in town and attending the ATMs. He lied in 2017. We know by the state's own timeline that it is physically impossible for Brad Weber to clock out at 2:02 p.m. and be at that scene less than 15 minutes later. And then, through the video and his home network connected to around 2:50 p.m. That's false testimony from Brad Weber that he was at that scene at or around 2:15 p.m. It does not fit. It is a no. It is a no, that is knowingly presenting false testimony through Weber. Yeah, girl denying the FBI witness via Zoom is crazy too. Yeah, but I don't think that's if isn't that part of the. I think it is. No, I don't think. No, I don't think it is. Part of this appeal, but this is about. There is so much shit in this trial that Judge Gull did absolutely fucking wrong. That even the amount of pages they were allowed, they could just, we have to go by these. We choose these for this appeal. And there's too much here to make it into 100 pages of appeal or 200 pages of appeals brief. And then to make a claim under NAPU, the defendant must establish that there was false testimony. The government knew or should have known it was false, and there is a reasonable likelihood that the false testimony affected the judgment of fact finder. The van was crucial for the state because they claimed this is something only the real killer would know. And it is impossible for Brad Weber to have been there. He lied in 2017 and he lied on the stand. And they knew it, and they allowed him to testify anyway. Allen failed to show that the state presented false testimony through Weber. Allen's argument is predicated on surveillance video that he claims shows Weber's van arriving home at 2:44 p.m. But Allen did not present any verification that the date and timestamp on that video was accurate. Could it be because you didn't give it to the defense? Was it mid-trial? I mean, we're talking about the day off or the day before Brad Weber took the stand. They had no idea that Brad Weber would testify to this. It is common for timestamps on surveillance videos to be inaccurate by minutes or hours. For example, the Hoosier Harvester surveillance video was 45 minutes fast. Allen admitted that the camera's timestamp was inaccurate and it showed bright daylight when the timestamp indicated the middle of the night. There is no basis to assume, as Allen does in his argument, that the only inaccuracy was a precise 12-hour difference or that it was 12 hours slow rather than fast. Absent verification of date and time, which is your fault, the state's fault for not giving the defense time to actually try to verify it. Allen cannot show that Weber's testimony that he drove straight home in his white van after clocking out at work at 2:02 p.m. was demonstrably false. Well, he lied about it in 2017. And you knew that. You knew, according to yourself, all this time that Brad Weber lied in 2017, that he actually was at the crime scene. According to the state itself, they knew Brad Weber was at the crime scene at the time of the crime. They never confronted him with his lies in 2017. They never checked, to my knowledge, his guns or knives to the extent as firing to compare with a cycle cartridge. They never compared his DNA to the unknown male DNA. That is the prosecution that doesn't want to know the truth. Yeah, and that's Rich arguing video evidence when they lost 70 days worth of 2 different locations. Yeah. Without any evidence as to whether or when Weber had his cell phone turned on, the absence of a ping earlier does not prove he was not home earlier. Allen did not show that Weber's testimony was demonstrably false in support of his NAPU claim. Allen's claim also fails on the third step of the NAPU claim. In this step, reviewing court would consider whether the defendant had an adequate opportunity to expose the false testimony on cross-examination. The state has disclosed the surveillance video from Weber's neighbor and the FBI ping report to the defense prior to trial. Despite having surveillance video at trial, Allen never asked Weber to identify his van on that video to expose his allegedly false testimony or even to impeach him. Now that's strange. And here's the thing. The FBI ping report. This is the FBI agent who could have testified to the court that Weber lied. And the judge didn't allow it via Zoom, which is insane. This was presumptively a matter of trial strategy. Finding no NAPU violation when the defense had a police report and chose not to ask the witness about it. The crux of Allen's claim that if Weber's testimony was false about his time of arrival home, then Allen's May 3rd, 2023 confession to Dr. Waller was not credible. This premise fails for two reasons. First, Weber did not testify to an exact time of arrival home. So they allowed speculation. So Allen's evidence would not have shown that Weber's testimony was false, only at most inconsistent with the murder timeline. Inconsistent? Oh, for fuck's sake. Second, the credibility of Allen's confessions was challenged. With a plethora of expert evidence, the jury had ample evidence to evaluate not only Weber's credibility, but the credibility of Allen's confessions. They were not allowed to bring up the fact that Brad Weber lied in 2017. Allen was not denied due process. See State v. Stewart v. State. Finding no violation of due process when the jury was able to evaluate the witness testimony in light of inconsistencies and effectively act as fact finder. The court should affirm the denial of Allen's motion to correct error. Conclusion: this court should affirm the trial court's judgment. Respectfully submitted by Attorney General, absolute fuck twat, who will burn in hell for his lies, Theodore E. Rokita. Supervising Deputy Attorney General Ellen H. Maylander, who will also burn in hell. Deputy Attorney General Jody Catherine Stein. You three, if you are Christians, you know you're going to burn in hell. Certificate of word count. I verified that this brief, including footnotes, contains no more than 24,000 words, as authorized by the court's January 16, 2026 order, according to the word count function of the Microsoft Word processing program used to prepare this brief. Certificate of service. Page 94. Now, I do know that Rick Allen's appeals attorneys have asked for more time because there's a lot here to go through. There's a lot here to go through. But I do believe there are a bunch of things here that they can absolutely attack. Absolutely attack. They argue the totality of the circumstances. Well, the totality of the circumstances here shows that if you claim everything is harmless error, then it is error. Then everything is in error. If you claim that if what you did here, you not only repeated the false testimony from trial about what was said on the 43-second video. In this appellee brief, you even changed what was testified to at trial. Let's see if I can find that real quick here so I can show you. Yeah, here it is. Here is what they claim in the appellee brief, what was said. Yeah, there. This is what they claim was said on the 43-second video. First they claim, is he right there? Is he right there? Even in the enhanced version here, that tiny, tiny whisper that you heard there they claim is Abby. Look at this again. And how I will try to enhance the audio even more. This is the tiniest of tiniest whisper. Look at how far away Abby is. That's either Libby, but why would she whisper? This tiny, tiny whisper. Or it's somebody else. Did you hear that? Oh, fuck, sorry. I have to share it. Again, look how far away she is. That's like, could be 20, 25 feet, 30 feet maybe. Because at the same time, you hear Libby sniffle. It's still cold outside. So who did the whisper? And they claim, Abby says, is he right there? Is he right there? Don't leave me up here. That's a whole lot of sentence in that short while. And now she says something. Now that's clearly Abby. Yeah. Don't leave me up here. Why does she say that? Well, because Libby is walking away. Oh, here. Don't leave me up here. That's clearly Abby. But what does Libby do at that very moment? She walks away. Yeah. So, don't leave me up here. Yeah, I can hear that. This here. If it's what's said, no. I don't think that is even close. And the problem here is it's the tiniest, tiniest whisper that had to be picked up by Libby's phone. That is by somebody who is closer than Abby, in my opinion. Okay. And then was
See, this is the path that we go down.
see, this is the path that we go down. This they translate to see this is the path that is a gun. At trial, the testimony was that be a gun. Listen to it again.
See, this is the path that we go down.
There is no is. Yeah. So they changed it from trial to the appellee brief, the reply brief. Let's continue.
There's no path going there, so we have to go down here.
There's no path going there, so we have to go down here. What does the state say? She says, there's no path here, we have to go down here. So there's clearly more words said. But they try to gaslight us by removing parts of what was said. Listen to it again.
There's no path going there, so we have
There's no path going there. They are meeting somebody. They already know that they were going over the bridge. They were going someplace. That there were no path going there. So they have to go down here. That is not somebody forcing somebody to go down the hill.
to go down here.
We have to go down here. And then
Hi.
guys down the hill. That is, in my opinion, somebody they know who also knows where they're going. It's two people, Abby and Libby. Some guy in his 20s with poofy brown hair. And I would say the whispers in the beginning of this tells me, at least, there's somebody else there as well. And nowhere here do we hear a gun rack. No, at no point in time. It's a red herring. And this is what should have been known to the public since 2017. But the cops lied for some reason. That the girls sounded terrified, was in clear distress. There was a clear gun racking. And nothing of it is there. Nothing. These are two girls who are going somewhere. They know where they are going. But that's, yeah, so, but according to the state, this is what was said. And it's nowhere near the truth. Nowhere near the truth. All right, I'm just going to check. All right, but oh shit, it's after midnight here and I work tomorrow. Yeah. Also them attributing this to Rick. Remember, I'm enhancing the sound here. There's literally no way to say who that is who the guy is in the background. You can have a slight idea by enhancing. Problem with enhancing photos or screenshots is that you allow the program to fill in blanks. There's not enough pixels. So the program adds things that's not there. That's the problem with enhancing. Should not have been. And yeah, I don't know. I don't know who killed the girls. I don't know when they were killed, and neither did the medical examiner. Who, and this is insane to even tell you guys, the medical examiner did not check the body temperature, neither with the liver or the thermometer up the backside, because as the medical examiner said, he was afraid to destroy evidence. What kind of evidence did he believe to find in the back door of the girls? What made him believe there was evidence there? What type of evidence did he believe was there in order for him to not have a thermometer and then limit the time of death within hours? Why? Because if there was any body heat left in the girls when he got them, that would have put the time of death later than 2:32 p.m. So it's the absolute incompetence of every part of this investigation that makes this probably an impossible case to solve. But I do know that how the state presented the case with the timeline and the evidence, there is physically and literally no way for anyone to point at Rick Allen and say he did it. All right, folks. That is what I had for you guys. Now, when now it's time for the reply from Rick Allen's defense appellate team to reply to this garbage. And I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know. Hopefully we get some more answers, especially regarding the defense attorneys saying no objection towards some of the evidence coming in. All right, folks. Thank you. Thank you for allowing me to do this. Thank you for listening. Thank you for, like, subscribe, everything. And thank you to Katie for becoming a member. Thank you for Stringable for continuously being a member. And thank you again to Katie, lurking for a while, and then made a 10,001 super chat. And yeah, I need to contact Hayden and Andrew to see if we sometime next year can meet up in Korea doing a Jeff bar trail. We need to do that. We need to do that. But now I really have to go to sleep because I work in the morning. From me and Mr. Jingles, you all have a good one. And I will see you all in the next stream or video. Bye-bye.
Down in the shadows where the courthouse stands, a gavel cracks a fading hands. Judge Gould, they whisper with a crooked grin, played the game where justice don't win. Free Rick Allen, let him go. Chains on the innocent, don't you know? When the truth's been buried and the lies unfold, the fire in the people burns hot and cold. Prosecutor Mickelin with his papers tied wrote the tale that never saw light. Twisted words in a room of stone, left Rick Allen to stand alone. Who will answer? Who will pay? The sun don't rise on a judgment day. Free Rick Allen, let him go. Chains on the innocent, don't you know? When the truth's been buried and the lies unfold, the fire in the people burns hot and cold. Officer Holman, eyes like frost, drunk on power, the line got lost. Lock the doors, keep him inside, for justice limps where his footsteps stride.